Hello viewer, welcome to MindMajix. I am Emma, and I'm here with Okta's entire course video. Okta is considered the world's #1 identity as a service platform, allowing enterprises to add authentication and authorization to the applications. This video will teach you everything about the Okta and its usage in the real-time industry. If you are new to the MindMajix YouTube channel, please subscribe to get full-length career courses, tutorials, and tech videos. First, we will start with understanding identity access management and then look at secure authentication markup language, followed by the OpenID Connect. Once we understand these fundamentals, we shall walk through the advanced concepts of Okta, like administrative UI and Okta integration network. In the end, we will explore Okta user groups and applications. Without any further delay, let's get started with the first topic.
Today we are going to cover what is identity and access management. So we are going to have an overview of what IAM is all about, the identity and access management domain. Why do we require IAM? What is the need of IAM? And we'll understand the basics of identity and access management before we jump on to our main product of IAM, that is Okta. So this particular domain, that is identity and access management, that has been segregated into two different categories. One is identity management and the other is access management, as the name suggests. So looking at the information what we have on the screen, right? So you could see that as an end user, whenever you join an organization, there is a requirement of doing identity management, as you have many downstream applications like your Active Directory, LDAP app, any other application like Workday, Salesforce, and you require to do a single sign-on to these particular application. So that's why that's where access management comes into existence, and that's why you require both identity management as well as access management in an organization, so that you give right level of access to the right people for the right purpose. So talking about the access management, it's basically supporting the authentication mechanisms, including single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, federation, and the password management. So anything on the single sign-on, that is like you can just log in once using your credentials, and then once the session is created with your browser, you don't have to log in again and again. That's your single sign-on. Then the other is multi-factor authentication, like just adding a layer of security on top of your first factor authentication. So you enter your credentials, and then you need to again authenticate yourself with one of the knowledge, like with one of the things, like something you have, something you possess, or something and then password management basically is the concept that you need to manage your passwords effectively. You don't have to you have to keep changing your passwords within the regular interval of time and stuff like that. So that's basically your access management, like mainly dealing with the authentication concepts. That's where the access management comes into existence. Then although, like I just mentioned, that IAM domain, that is identity and access management domain, it just comprises of identity and access management, but there are other domains as well. I mean, not domains I would say, but other areas as well within this domain where we require to work on. So one of them is access governance. So it's basically the policy based activities enabling the definition, enforcement, review, and auditing of IAM functions and policy compliance. So as as the name governance suggests, so basically it's going to govern whatever is happening inside the organization. So it's basically going to govern all the access that the users are going to have. So you as an IAM developer would be writing policies, and your system would actually be governing all the access based policies, or anything, whatever there is, whatever access is being given to the end users, that why do they require it, or what, like when do they require it again, for what purpose it was. So all of this reviewing and auditing of IAM functions is being done under access governance. Then comes the identity management. So it's basically in simple words, if I have to explain, it's basically the life cycle of the user. So when a user joins an organization, maybe so that's called as a joiner. When the the user moves within the organization, maybe the role of the user is changing from one designation to another designation, that's like a mover. And then finally the user leaves the organization, so that's like a lever. So basically, administering or looking at all of these information, like when a user is joining or moving or leaving, that all comes under identity management. Then we have got privileged access management. So basically, privileged access management is somewhat like access management, but this time in this particular topic, we cover the privileged accounts which we have in an organization. So there could be a possibility that we have privileged accounts, like special accounts being created within an organization for special purposes. Generally, we call these accounts as service accounts, but and these accounts are like privileged with a lot of permissions. Like when we talk about our accounts or the other users' accounts, uh, generally in an organization, like if you're a normal user or or an employee, your account is not loaded with a lot of privileges. You have simple privileges, you don't have admin rights and stuff like that. But when we talk about privileged accounts, like these shared accounts or service account, these are being loaded with high privileges. So these needs to be taken care at with a lot of we need to take care of these accounts, because anything which happens with these accounts could do a lot of data or a security breach for an organization. So that's why that's what this area of topic helps us to achieve. And then finally we have data security and analytics, and it's the ability to manage the unstructured data, providing the data classification, identification, and user analytics to support data security programs. So whatever data we are going to secure, right? So all of that data needs to be analyzed as well, and that's what comes under data security and analytics. Okay, so now we will like to understand why do we need IAM. Like we just gone through like what is identity and access management, but now we need to understand why do we need IAM. So identity and access management is a critical part of an enterprise security plan, as it is linked to the security and productivity of organization in today's digitally enabled economy. Compromised user credentials often serve as an entry point into organization's network and its information assets. Enterprises use identity management to safeguard their information assets against the rising threats of ransomware, criminal hacking, phishing, and other malware attacks. So, basically, like, to sum up these 2 points, I'm saying, like, I would say that basically the IAM is required to, it's a critical part for any organization. The reason being because, more and more we are going into this, into this IT world, we'll see that, more and more digitalization is happening. If you would have noticed, like, before COVID, also like our country was doing very well in the digitalization, but like the dependency on digitalization has increased once this COVID has occurred, because like everyone is working from home, everyone like more and more devices, more and more working on laptops, computers, mobiles and stuff like that. So we are kind of getting digitalized as we are progressing in our as we are progressing. So more and more we are getting digitalized, so there is a chance that more vulnerable we are towards cyber attacks or phishing or hacking and stuff like that, because more people are going to use the digital devices, and hackers are going to target those weak audiences who does not have the awareness or who does not have the knowledge to how to use the digital assets, or if the data is not being secured. So there is a high chance that that data is going to be breached by the hackers. So that's why we require IAM, because IAM is kind of ensuring that what level of access this should be given to what people, for what purpose, and at what time. So like once the acts, maybe we are working in a project and I have completed that project. Now I might not be requiring that access, but still if I have that access, I could do anything with that access, because now I've completed my project, so I'm not responsible for it. But still, if I'm having the access, I can go ahead and do anything, right? So that's where IAM comes into existence. It will just revoke my access once my project is completed, or if I have left the organization, at that point of time my access is going to be revoked. So I don't have to worry that, I mean, like, the organization doesn't have to worry that, okay, this access is there, or what will happen if this is not going to be removed and stuff like that. So that's why we require IAM. In many organizations, users sometimes have more access privileges than necessary. A robust IAM system can add an important layer of protection by ensuring a consistent application of user access rules and policies across an organization. So I just mentioned this point right now. So, uh, like, whenever we are working for an organization, right? So most of the organizations, they don't give, admin privileges to your system as well. Like, even if you have to install something on your device, on your laptops given by the company, you need to reach out to the IT team, and they are, going to install stuff like that. So whatever, and the reason behind it is because, like, they want to give minimum privilege to the end user, because if you have admin rights on your system, you have company's data on your laptop. Now you can install anything, go ahead and do anything with your with company's data. So that's why they kind of put that the policy on the laptop that, okay, if you need access, or if you require an application to be installed, raise an IT ticket, and then go ahead. But for certain organizations where we do not have this restriction, like, an end user has anything, the admin privileges and stuff like that, so they can do anything on the system. I'm not saying that they will do it, but the thing is, like, everyone in the organization doesn't work ethically. So there are unethical people also who could take advantage of such situations, and that's where a system or a software is required, which actually helps you to make sure that even for the unethical people, data or data of an organization is not getting breached. Because, like, data for an organization, the data is the most important part. Like, if data is getting breached in ransomware attacks and many other criminal in cyber attacks, whenever the data is breached, the organizations are ready to pay as much as the hacker or the other people want, the other side of the party wants. So that suggests, like, how much important the data for an organization is. So they cannot just simply compromise their data with the with not being implementing IAM in their organization. So that's why we require IAM. Identity and access management can enhance business productivity. The system central management capabilities can reduce the complexity and the cost of safeguarding user credentials and access. At the same time, identity management systems enable workers to be more productive in a variety of environment when they are working from home, the office, or on the road. So that's what, like, when we are working from home, or when we are working from outside our office location. So that's where we need to make sure that because now we are not on the office VPN also, so there is no layer of network security which which can block data or allow, because if you are working on your own Wi-Fi, anything can happen. So at that point of time, we require IAM systems to be enabled, so that like, there is a tracking activity or a governing activity going on, that what is happening on our systems, what the user is doing, is he doing something right or wrong. See, like, this should be done only on the enterprise level, at the enterprise level, I mean, because, like, if you're doing something on your own laptop, that's fine, like, you can do anything, but that you don't have your organization's data or anything else, so that's fine. But, like, if you're doing something on organization's laptop, or organization's device, then it's kind of security or a data breach for an organization. That's where that should not happen. So that's where this IAM is required. Now the next thing is, like, how this IAM works. So in years past, a typical identity management comprised of 4 basic elements, which included a directory of the personal data of the system used to define the individual users, a set of tools for adding, modifying, and deleting that data, a system that regulates user access, and an auditing and a reporting system. So we, like, in past, in, like, if I talk about, like, how this IAM used to work 15 years back. So it basically comprised of four different elements. One was that, a directory, or you could say an Excel file, or anything like where the user information was stored. Then a set of tools for adding, modifying, or deleting those users. Maybe new users are getting added, so we need to add. Maybe some users are getting going, so we need to remove. A system that regulates the user access, maybe the enforcement of security policies and access privileges. And finally, an auditing and a reporting tool. So these four actually comprise of our IAM part. Regulating user access has traditionally involved a number of authentication methods for verifying the identity of a user, including password, digital certificates, token, and smart cards. Hardware tokens and credit card size, the smart card served as one component in two-factor authentication, which combines something something you have to verify your identity. So that's what, regulating user access is very, it was involved with a lot of authentication methods for verifying the identity of a user, which included our passwords or some certificates, or maybe, multi-factor authentication. And in today's complex compute environment, along with the heightened security threat, a strong username and a password doesn't cut it anymore. Today, identity management system often incorporates elements of biometrics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, and risk-based authentication. So basically, as in how, like right now we are progressing, no? So as and how we are progressing, so like there is a more complexity coming into existence. So now in this complex environment, we need to heighten the security threat. So just having a strong username and password doesn't suffice, because there are more efficient hackers now. Like they are more intelligent now, to intellectual to actually crack your code or your password. So that's why it's more, now the identity management is often coming with some more complex way of getting you authenticated, that is through your biometrics. Like, because retina display, or maybe fingerprints is something not easy to crack for an hacker. Or maybe bringing in machine learning and artificial intelligence, or maybe risk based authentication. So all of this actually adds the layer of security on top of your username and password. So even, like if your 1% your password is being compromised, so you still have other factors with you, which will not allow the hacker to get into your account. So we need to make sure that these we are following these IAM standards at the user level. Recent user authentication methods are helping to better protect identities. So for example, the popularity of facial recognition and iPhones has familiarized many people with their fingerprints as an authentication method. Newer Windows or 10 computers offers fingerprint sensors or iris scanning for biometric user authentication. So now you would be seeing, right, like this facial recognition was actually the concept which came from Apple. And now you will see that in all the phones and all the mobiles that are coming in the market, they have this facial recognition. And now even in the laptops, you will see that you have the fingerprint scanner coming up in from Windows 10, and maybe in MacBooks, or somewhere they are also scanning your iris to get into your system to do the authentication. So that's how we are progressing. So that's how our IAM works. So yeah, like as I mentioned before, like what is identity management? It's basically the organizational process for identifying, authenticating, and authorizing individual or a group of people to have access to the application, systems, or networks by associating user rights and restriction with established identities. IDM is the task of controlling information about users on computers. Such information includes information that authenticates the identity of a user, and information that describes data and actions they are authorized to access and perform. It includes the management of the descriptive information about the user, and how and by whom that information can be accessed and modified. In addition to the users, managed entities typically include hardware and network resources, and even application. So basically, it's just talking about that. It's basically the organizational process of identifying, authenticating, and authorizing. So these three are the terminologies in IAM market, or in IAM world, which we often use. That is identifying, authenticating, and authorizing. So we need to understand what this identifying is. So basically, any user coming into the coming, or any employer or any end user coming into to access certain thing, we need to identify whether it's the right user or not. Like maybe you're trying to access something on the company's like, and you have just entered your email right now, and you're maybe entering your Gmail ID. So at that point of time, it has to be identified that this is the wrong user ID we are using. Then authenticating, like, by your username and password, or your multi-factor. And then finally authorizing that, authorization is like what level of access you have. You may be getting into the system, but you are not a super admin, or you do not have admin privileges, or you have certain privileges according to your role defined in your organization. So basically, managing this efficiently, this identification, authentication, and authorization, all of that comes under identity management. So, if I have to just sum up what is identity management, so it's basically like, you as an employee, you join an organization, the HR enters your details in the employee details, and finally that goes into the Active Directory. Active Directory is your application over here. So, all of this has to be managed efficiently. Like, there could not be individuals, setting in to add your data when you're joining. If you're moving, then, you again have to do it manually, then like go to the Active Directory manually. All of this process has to be automated, and automation of whole of this process is known as identity management. So, I have got certain more diagrams to show you that, like if there is a system, there is a person in an organization, all of these are grouped under as entities. Then, there are different identities. So these identities actually correspond to these entities, which would be a system, person, or organization. And, these identities are going to have different names and attributes. So, these attributes and names are actually going to help you understand, like, who is the exact user trying to access what. So yeah, that's what, like, well, last topic for the day is like, just to understand the main concepts of IAM. So first of the, terminologies which we have under IAM are centralized access management. So basically, handling user authentication and account management at a central system. So, simple example is like, you have got AC in your home, and then you have got a centralized AC in your office. So that's exactly the same thing. If you're doing it for a smaller thing, it's just access management. But if you're, if you centrally want to manage it for the whole organization, so that's a centralized access management. User provisioning. Now, whenever you'll hear this word provisioning, just try to remember that it's, creation or, managing the user. So that's sort like just whenever it could be user provisioning, account provisioning, application provisioning, data provisioning, sorry, identity provisioning. So whatever you find, with the word provisioning, just remember that, it's creating and managing. So like all, or just remember it's the creation. So whenever something is getting created or added, that's your provisioning. So basically creating and managing user accounts or identity information within the system. Then single sign-on, I just mentioned when we started this session, it's basically, authenticating the users one and allowing them to access to the multiple applications. So, you don't have to log in again and again. You just have to, remember your one password and credentials. And with those username and password, you'll be able to, enter or access all the applications which have been integrated through SSO. And then multi-factor authentication is again, adding a layer of security on top of your main security layer. So that could be a password, SMS, fingerprint, anything. Adaptive authentication is something, authenticating users by challenging with multiple authentication steps based on the user's risk profile. So basically, if it's a high risk profile, like, if there is a profile which is having high risk, so at every point, maybe a user is being authenticated, like, they'll have to prove their identity again and again. If it's a low risk profile, they might not be asked to, authenticate again and again. They might be just asked to authenticate once, and then, they can access. So high risk profiles are going to definitely have high risk roles tagged to them, and that's why they require to, authenticate again and again. And that's what this adaptive authentication is all about. Identity federation is authentication users existing in an external identity provider. So we are going to, discuss this topic of federation later on. But just think, like, whenever we'll have an external IDP or, some other organization coming into existence, that's where, the federation concept will always come into existence. And then we'll have this reporting, that is IAM systems provide reports that helps organizations prove compliance with regulations, identify potential security risk, and improve their IAM and security processes. So basically the analytics and data, whatever the IAM comes up with, we need to report them and analyze them, and that's what that helps us to efficiently improve our IAM and security process. So yeah, so that's what the IAM is all about, like just an overview of what IAM, identity and access management is. So basically, SAML is one of the single sign-on protocol, and there are different standard single sign-on protocols what we have in identity and access management domain. So basically, what happens is that we have mentioned that we have understood what single sign-on is. So single sign-on is that you just log in once to your browser, or using Okta or any other access management tool, and then if your application is integrated with that product, you'll be able to access all the other applications without having to enter your credentials again and again. So there are some standard protocols which actually helps us to achieve this process or mechanism, and one of them is SAML. Other we have is OIDC, and then Okta comes up with its own protocol, which is secure web authentication. It's not a standard single sign-on protocol, but it's like a workaround for the SSO protocol where the federation is not possible. And then you have got some API templates protocols, which is your WS Fed. So we'll see what SAML is. Before we move on to that, so as I mentioned that like you'll have your system, then you'll have Okta application which is on cloud, and then you'll be getting into the Okta application using HTTPS. You'll go to your browser, you'll hit the HTTPS link of Okta, and then within Okta you'll see that there are many applications integrated. So these applications are actually going to be integrated either through SAML, OIDC or secure web authentication, and then you as an end user can actually go ahead and directly open an application. If you have created a session with Okta, then you'll be able to get into these applications without having to enter your credentials again and again. So moving on to the SAML now, there are some basic terminologies or terms what we have in SAML, and it's very necessary for us to understand each and every terminology, because that's how, like once you'll understand SAML, that's how you'll be communicating in these terms. So we need to understand the flow, we need to understand the terminologies what we have in the SAML, and then we'll see, and I'll mention these terms while showing you a demo of what SAML is all about. So basically, if I have to talk about SAML, then we have SP, which is a service provider. So basically, it is the entity providing the service, typically in the form of an application. Now, easy example would be, again, I remember giving an example of Zomato and Google. So in that scenario, your Zomato is the service provider. I mean, as the name suggests, so whichever application is going to be providing the service, that becomes your service provider. And whosoever would be authenticating the user, the end user who is trying to get into the application, would become your identity provider. So an identity provider is the entity providing the identities, including the ability to authenticate a user. Now the identity provider, in order to authenticate a user, that identity has to have the user, right? Like it's not necessary that the user should be created in that particular identity provider, but still that identity provider should have the information, okay, whether this user exists or not. That identity provider can have that user either coming from Active Directory, LDAP directory, application users, and maybe many other sources, but like, or maybe in its own, like the user created in its own environment, but the identity provider has to have that identity in order to authenticate the user. Then only it will have the ability to authenticate the user. The identity provider typically contains the user profile, some additional information about the user, such as the first name, last name, job code, phone number, address, and so on. And why do we require this? Because see, if I just have to authenticate a user based on his first name and last name, so there are many people in this world having same first name, last name, and many other attributes for certain people are same. So now there could be a conflict of identity, because there has to be at least one unique attribute for every user which helps us to identify that this is the right user trying to log into the system. Maybe there are two Viborgers, or there are maybe two other people with the same name, having same age, same gender, same profile, same location, but at least one of their attribute has to be different, right? Like, which will actually make them unique, or identify that these two individuals are different. So that's why identity provider contains a lot of user attributes, which could be different profile attributes. And depending on the application, some service providers may require a very simple profile, while others may require a richer set of user data. So as I mentioned that, basically what is going to happen is that this identity provider and the service provider is going to, create a trust between them. These, let's treat them as two different parties or entities, and they need to have trust between each other. Until unless they do, these two identity entities don't trust each other, there is no point of single sign-on. Because, like, if identity provider doesn't trust service provider doesn't trust the identity provider, then there cannot be any exchange of metadata. I mean, there cannot be any exchange of information between these two entities. And if there is no exchange, then single sign-on cannot be achieved. So basically, we create a trust between these two entities. And now, once the trust is created, so service provider says to the identity provider, okay, you give me these information for a user whomsoever you are going to authenticate. Identity provider, because there is a trust with service provider, so identity provider also provides that information to the service provider. So it's like two-way communication between these two entities, and whatever information is required from the service provider on successful authentication or unsuccessful authentication, the identity provider actually provides that information to the service provider. Now, I've just mentioned that, identity provider is the one authenticating the users, service provider is the one you're trying to get into. And basically, if in simple terms I have to explain, it's your application. Now, what is going to happen is that a service provider and an identity provider are going to speak, or, they're going to communicate to each other. So there has to be a request and a response, being generated, and that's what it is called as SAML request. It's an authentication request generated by the service provider to request an authentication. So now what happens is, like, a user is trying to get into an application. A user is, trying to access any application, and there would be, the user would first be going to the application, and maybe let's say the user wanted to access Zomato. The user went to the application Zomato, and directly hitting the link on browser on his phone, maybe opening the application, and then from Zomato, the Zomato will understand, okay, this user wants to leverage my services. Now, if there is an identity provider and a service provider is Zomato in this case. These two entities will have to speak to each other. Now Zomato will understand, okay, this is the user. I need to check whether this is a legitimate user or not. I cannot allow this user to leverage my services before authenticating the user. So eventually what is going to happen is that Zomato is going to send an authentication request to Google. Okay. So that's that's a SAML request. When an authentication request is being generated by the service provider, that is by your application, to the identity provider. And what it is generally doing is that it's asking, or it's requesting for an authentication. It's saying to the identity provider, this is the user, please authenticate this user. If you feel this is a legitimate user, please come and tell me. I will allow this user to enter in my environment and leverage my services. So that's what a SAML request is. Then if someone is requesting, there has to be a response to it, right? So once like now the request is gone to the identity provider, now a response is being generated by the identity provider. It contains the actual assertion of the authenticated user. In addition, a SAML response may contain additional information such as profile information, group roles information, depending on what the service provider can support. So basically, once the SAML request goes to the identity provider, that is the one who is going to authenticate the particular user, like the request to authenticate a user. Basically, now IDP is going to do its work, its role, its job. So it's basically going to authenticate a user, and it will generate a response. Okay, once it will say, okay, this is the username, this is the password. It will try to find its own data directory, and if it is able to do so, okay, perfect. Now the user is being authenticated. Now it will create an assertion of for the authenticated user. Assertion is basically your XML document, having some information that, okay, when was the user authenticated, when was the user when the request came, or when was the last login, or when for how much time the user is being authenticated. I mean, a session is created for the user, what all attributes are going to be sent from the identity provider to the service provider. All of this is an assertion. So it's kind of an XML document which is being sent from your identity provider to your service provider. So in addition, a SAML response may contain an additional information such as profile information, groups, roles, as I've just mentioned. So, whatever service provider might be requiring certain details, right? It cannot just allow you to get, I mean, I'm just giving you an example of Zomato and Google, but that doesn't mean there are business applications which requires actually the roles, I might be entering or, getting into an application with certain roles. I do not have full privileges for that application, so I need to the application needs to understand what type of user is trying to, whether it's a super admin user, whether it's a normal user, whether it's a business user, whether it's a super user. So there are different roles for an application. An application needs to understand, okay, this user is authenticated, but what level of permission, like what level of access or what page should I be showing to that end user. So sometimes the application or the service provider asks the end user or the identity provider that please let me know what type of group this user is part of, or some file information, so that service provider can then check at their end that, okay, this user is coming with this group, so maybe he's part of this group, then that means like he's a super user, or he's coming as a part of normal users group. Okay, I don't have to give him super user privileges, I'll just show him normal user space. So there could be different roles assigned. So that's where service provider might require certain roles or groups, or other information about the user in order to take a decision what should be the landing page for the user. So now a request and a response is generated. So basically a request is from the service provider to the identity provider. Response is from the identity provider to the service provider. Now there are two, concepts of SAML. One is your service provider initiated, that is SP initiated, and the other is your IDP initiated. Now there isn't a much difference, but generally this is, one of the questions being asked in a lot of interviews, that if if you claim that SAML, then basically they ask that what are the different types of flows of SAML. So these are the two different flows of SAML. One is the service provider SP initiated flow, and the other is the identity provider, that is IDP initiated flow. We'll see that how these flow works, both of these flows. There isn't a much difference between these two flows, but yeah. So if I have to start with the service provider initiated flow, then basically it signs and describes the SAML sign-in flow when initiated by the service provider. This is typically triggered when the end user tries to access a resource or sign in directly on the service provider side, such as when the browser tries to access a protected resource on the service provider side. So if I have to explain in easy language, so basically you're trying to get into the application now, like both ways, like be it a service provider or be it an identity provider flow, both ways your end result is, or your target is, to get into the application, right? To get access to the application. And has to be some authentication flow, and something will happen, and your end result or target is that you want to get into the application, right? So now there are two ways to do it. One is that you directly hit the application. You don't go to identity provider, you directly hit the application. You directly go to the application URL, and you want to get into the system, into the application. So this is called as your service provider initiated flow, because it is the SP from where the SAML flow is going to be initiated, because you are hitting your application first. That's why, and your application is a service provider. That's why SP initiated, because you are going to the application, and then you are, that complete SAML flow will start. that complete, okay, that like SAML request will be going from SP to IDP, response will be generated, it will be checked whether the user is legitimate or not, and then finally giving the access to the end user. So this, all of this will happen once you'll hit the application, that is your service provider. So that's why it's a SP initiated flow. And identity provider initiated is, it's science and describes the SAML sign-in flow initiated by the identity provider. Instead of the SAML flow being triggered by a redirection from the service provider, in this flow, the identity provider initiates a SAML response that is redirected to the service provider to assert the user's identity. So very basic, or simple difference between these two flows is, now there won't be any redirection. So if I talk about SP initiated flow, what is going to happen? The end user is going to go to the application. Now application will redirect to IDP, generating a SAML request, right? Now in this scenario, if you're directly going to the identity provider, so in order to get into the identity provider, you have to authenticate, right? You anyways have to authenticate, because identity provider doesn't allow any identity to get into the system without having the access to it. I mean, without authenticating. So you will be going to identity provider in IDP initiated flow. You'll directly hit identity provider. You'll authenticate yourself, and then you'll get into the identity provider. There you'll see, a chunk of applications, whichever are, whatever they are integrated with the Okta, or yeah, whatever is your access management tool, and from there you will hit the, you'll hit one of the applications what you want to get into, and then you will be redirected to the application if you are a legitimate user. So it's like there is no redirection from SP to IDP. In the IDP initiative flow, you directly get into IDP, you authenticate yourself, and there is a SAML response which is being generated by IDP at the time when you actually authenticate yourself in IDP. And once you do that, that response actually goes to the application, and that's how you access the application or leverage the services of the application. Okay, so next we'll see some more terminologies with regards to SAML assertion. So I just mentioned assertion in the previous slide. Like what is an assertion? In simple terminology, it's a data provided by the identity provider that supplies one or more of the following statements to the service provider. So basically, a document which is suggesting, okay, this information, or when was the last login, when the user tried to log in, and stuff like that. So it will just send certain information about the user to the service provider, and that's a SAML response. So SAML response is basically an assertion which is being sent by the identity provider to your service provider. Now under assertion, we have got three statements which generally is being sent by the identity provider to the service provider. Okay, so basically what happens is, like, we have got authentication statement. This is one of our assertion statement, or one of the things which is being sent under assertion. I'm just talking about now three statements or three things which an identity provider sends to a service provider, and this comes under assertion because that's like a SAML response which is being generated. So basically, authentication statements tells us that asserts that the user specified in the assertion actually did the authentication successfully, and at what time they did so. So see, identity provider is going to authenticate. There would be two results, whether a user is authenticated or a user is not authenticated, right? So if a user is authenticated, then an assertion is being generated, right? And an authentication statement would suggest that the user who was trying to get into the application, it's a legitimate user, authentication is successful for that user, and at what time the user was authenticated. Like maybe it's authenticated at 10:15 a.m. in the morning, so we need to log that time. So identity provider is going to do it, because identity provider is the one actually authenticating the user. So that would be the best possible situation to tell us at what time the authentication is successful. And then it will send the attribute statements. So I have just mentioned in the previous slide that service provider might require some attributes to be sent from the identity provider, and now identity provider is having complete information about that user with all the attributes. So whatever service provider requires, identity provider has that information about the user, so it can easily send that information to the service provider. So that's like your attribute statement. It will supply the attribute values pertaining to that user. The name ID attribute is required and specifies the username, but other attributes can be manually configured as well. So there has to be at least one or two attributes, right? There has to be a mapping between an identity provider and a service provider. So that's basically the name ID format, or which is basically the username of the because we say that for an organization, a username of an individual is always unique. Even if we have webworker, couple of webworkers or 10 webworkers in an organization, but every webworker is going to have a unique username. So that's why, like, there would be a unique attribute which will be sent from an identity provider to the service provider. But if in case we require, more attributes to be sent from IDP to service provider, we can do it. We can, manually configure it. Then, finally, we have the authorization decision statements that declare a request to allow the assertion subject to access a specified resource has been granted or denied. So, finally, it says, okay, I mean, assertion is being generated whether a user is authenticated successfully or not. Now, at authorization decision is like, it will finally say yes or no. I mean, it will finally write yes or no. Okay, if the user is authenticated, yes, allow that user, grant access to the application. If the user is not authenticated, it will say no, don't grant access to the application. So access is denied. So basically, these three statements are being, the assertion is carrying these three statements with it. And this is, this SAML response, which will be going back to their service provider. Another important terminology is your ACS. This is one of the terminologies which is being asked in interviews a lot of time. What do you understand by ACS, or an assertion consumer service URL? So we have just understood what is assertion. Okay, an assertion is a document which will have certain information about the user, and certain, like, what time authentication, whether the access is granted in some attributes, and this is being generated by your identity provider, and it will finally go to the service provider. This is your assertion. Now, assertion consumer service, as the name suggests. Now, this assertion has to be consumed somewhere on the service provider side, right? Like, because IDP has done its job, IDP has generated the response, and now IDP is saying that this is the assertion I have created. Now, it's up to the service provider what they want to do with this assertion. So there has to be an endpoint URL on the service provider side that is responsible for receiving and parsing the SAML assertion. It's going to be in the XML format. That's why it requires some parsing. And I just mentioned, right, like, okay, attribute decision would be, or authorization statement decision would be that it will write yes or no, but that's not going to happen. Right? Like, just to explain you guys, I am talking in simple terminologies, but it's going to be an XML format. So it requires some parsing, it requires some decryption of data, whatever is coming from the identity provider, that okay, what does this mean? Service provider has to understand that thing. So basically, that is what your ACS is all about. The service provider, there has to be an endpoint URL, and it cannot be your application URL, the login URL which you use for your application. Definitely, it cannot be that URL. Generally, this is the URL which is being generated by the service provider itself. So whosoever, on the application side, they want to have a SAML integrated. So they generally have this information. From Okta's point of view, we cannot generate this information at any time. This is something to be provided by the application team. So we cannot do anything on this thing. So it's basically like the endpoint URL that is responsible for receiving and parsing a SAML assertion. Keeping in mind that some service provider use a different term for ACS. In Okta SAML, it is being used as single sign-on URL. So some of the access management tool or some of the products of access management, they term it as the single sign-on URL. Some of them say it as ACS URL, but they are one and the same thing. So ACS URL or single sign-on URL, whenever someone asks you this question, they mean the same. But the important point to understand is that this is the service provider is actually having a URL which will be consuming that assertion, which will be actually going and parsing and understanding what the identity provider has sent. And because if it is like, the identity provider is sending some response, but if the service provider is not understanding that response, then what's the point of getting a response, right? Identity provider is sending something that service provider has to understand it, and that understanding of what IDP has sent is known as ACS URL, and at what point, or at somewhere it will just parse the SAML assertion, and it will understand, okay, this is what the IDP was saying, or it was trying to communicate to us, and according to the decision what IDP has taken, whether user should be granted or not, what attributes and all, the user is finally given access to the application. So that's what your assertion consumer service URL is. Next, we have attribute. It's a set of data for a particular user, any profile data. So that's what is your attribute. It could be a first name, last name, username, email, employer ID, or location, work email, anything. So anything, any data pertaining to a user, and pertaining to the profile of a user, that is your attribute. Then what is an audience restriction? So basically a value within the SAML assertion that specifies who the assertion is intended for. So now basically what is going to happen is that there are going to be multiple applications within IDP, like there, like you have got multiple chunk of applications being integrated by a single IDP. We are not think of a scenario that you have got 100 applications and each application is having a connection with only single IDP. There are not 100 IDPs for 100 application. There is one identity provider, that is your Okta, which is going to be integrated with multiple applications. Now every time Okta is going to authenticate, how will it know that that for which set of application, or for which application it has to create an assertion for? There are multiple or hundreds of applications being integrated in Okta. So any request, SAML request coming to Okta needs to understand, right, like which application is asking me a SAML response, right? So that's why there is an audience URL or an audience restriction, which helps us to understand which application, every application has its audience URL, or an audience restriction URL, which helps Okta or the identity provider to understand, okay, this is the one for which I have to generate a response. So that's exactly what is your audience restriction. And also, like sometimes the audience restriction and the ACS URL, that is a single sign-on URL, they are same. Most of the cases you'll find they are not same, but if in case it is not being provided by the identity provider, then by the service provider, then we treat that, okay, the ACS URL itself is the audience restriction, but 90% of the time it has to be provided by the service provider, that is your application team. Then what is the default relay state? It's basically the URL that users will be directed to after a successful authentication through SAML. So that's your relay state. Then endpoint are the URLs that are used when the service provider and identity providers communicate to each other. So that's your endpoint. Then entity ID is a global unique name for an identity provider or service provider. So as I've just mentioned, right, like it's something like an audience restriction, but not exactly. But because like entity ID is something like identity. So there is a unique name for every identity provider and a service provider, and that unique like like for example, let's say that you have got 5 applications of Salesforce. So every Salesforce application will have something unique, right, which will differentiate it from the other 4 applications. So that's what, like even if an Okta, so there cannot be just one Okta tenant, right? Like you can have multiple Okta tenants, right? So that's why like there would be an entity ID that would be unique for both service provider and your identity provider, and that unique Okta identity is being generated by for each application when we talk about Okta, and it is referred to as the IDP issuer in the Okta's application setup instruction. So for whenever you generate, or you create a connection for an application in Okta, it will actually create a unique Okta entity ID, and that's basically we call it as identity provider issuer in Okta's application setup instructions. Then identity provider is something we have already understood. It's the authority that verifies and asserts a user's identity and access to a requested resource. Then metadata. This is important. Now, what is a metadata? Metadata is basically data about data, but like I just mentioned, the concept of trust between between the service provider and your identity provider. There has to be some trust. Now this metadata actually allows you to maintain or create that trust between these two entities. Okay, it's a set of information supplied by identity provider to the service provider or vice versa in the XML format. So like whatever this exchange of information is going to happen right between an IDP and an SP, that's like somewhere it has to be like I mean consolidated, and that set of information is known as metadata. So what happens is basically when we are creating a connection right with your service provider or your identity provider, the service provider supplied metadata will typically provide the ECS URL, your audience restriction, name ID format, your certificate, and if the assertion needs to be encrypted. And at this time, SP supplied metadata cannot be imported into Okta. IDP supplied metadata will provide a single sign-on URL, entity ID, X.509 certificate, which is required by the service provider to decrypt the assertion. So, any like let's suppose that there is an assertion, and any assertion cannot be decrypted by any identity provider, any service provider, right? There has to be a trust like which will actually, allow that assertion to be decrypted. I mean, to pass. Like now, suppose like I have my own identity provider, and I generate my assertion, and I say I go back to the application side, like just decrypt it. Like now my application doesn't know if what is the identity provider, then how will it decrypt it, right? Like it's not just something that I can just go to Google and I can just type in my or get my assertion and it will decrypt it. So there has to be some trust, there has to be some set of information exchange between these two parties, which will allow you to do the process. And this metadata is actually your integration steps, are your integration steps. So basically whenever you want to integrate an application in Okta, first thing you ask is like, to the application, help me with the ACS URL, audience restriction, name ID format, the certificate. And once you get that, you configure this connection on Okta, and you provide them your metadata to Okta then, which contains information like single sign-on URL, entity ID, certificate. So this is the set of information which is being required by the service provider in order to decrypt the assertion, which Okta is going to send whenever the authentication request will be generated. So that's what your metadata is all about. Then name ID is again an attribute within assertion that is used to specify the username. So we just mentioned this thing above. Then a service provider is the hosted resource or a service that the user intends to access, such as a box, Workday, Salesforce, custom application, etc. So basically, your application for which you want to leverage the services. And your single sign-on URL is something similar to your ACS URL, which you have just mentioned above. So it's the endpoint that is dedicated to handling SAML transactions. In Okta SAML template setup screen, the single sign-on URL refers to the service provider's URL. Okay. So these are, some of the terminologies what we understood. We have a service provider, we have an identity provider, SAML request, SAML response. Then what are the two types of flows, that is service provider initiated flow or an IDP initiated flow. Then, going deep into the terminologies like what is an assertion, what types of statements are does an assertion contain, then what is your ACS URL, then what's an attribute, what is your entity ID or an audience restriction, then a relay state, and then finally your metadata concept. So we have understood all the terminologies that we should know before jumping onto the SAML flow. Okay, so now finally this diagram actually helps us to understand what is an IDP initiated flow, what is an SP initiated flow, and now let's go one by one, step by step. So as an end user, you are sitting on step 1. Now you want to access the service provider on any application. So as an end user, you go to the browser and you hit the URL. So you end user access service provider from the browser, you go to the link of the application. Now, if you're going to the link of the application, that means you're going to step 2, and from there your SP initiated flow is going to begin. From service provider, it will redirect the SAML request back to the browser, and from the browser relays the SAML request to the identity provider, because identity provider is eventually the one who is going to authenticate the user. So from step 2, your SP initiated flow has started. Now I've mentioned that in SP initiated flow, there is always a redirection from the service provider to the identity provider. So you'll go from step 2 to 3, that is to the browser, and browser will redirect you back to the identity provider. And from step 4, now this is the place where your IDP initiated flow will begin. Now from step 4, IDP will authenticate the user. It will identify and authenticate the user. Once the identity provider is satisfied, it will generate a SAML assertion. Now this is the place where at step 5 where the assertion is being generated and it's sent back to the browser. Now browser has got nothing to do with the assertion because browser cannot consume that assertion. So it will go to the service provider. Browser will browser relays the SAML assertion back to the service provider. Now at service provider, it will check, it will parse, it will decrypt the assertion having that information. How will it decrypt? It will decrypt because service provider has the some of the information what Okta has already provided or the identity provider has already provided. That's why it's able to decrypt the information or the assertion, and it's happening because there was a metadata exchange between the service provider and the identity provider. Now if the user is authenticated, service provider sends the security context to the browser. So it says okay, allow this user. Now from the browser it requests resource from the service provider, and then finally the requested resource is being granted to the user. So this is how the flow is all about. If you see that IDP initiated flow, you don't have 1, 2, and 3 steps, because directly from identity provider you authenticate, an assertion is generated, and it from 4 to 9 it happens. But if we talk about SP initiated flow, 1, 2, 3, these 3 steps are also there. Now there is no comparison between these two flows. It is basically on the requirement. Like if someone wants to have an IDP initiated flow, then they go ahead with IDP. If there is a requirement for SP initiated flow, that depends on SP. Both are exactly the same thing. I mean only 3 steps, but like that's like a millisecond. So you won't even realize that okay, this happened. Okay, so it's something based on the requirement of the application team. If they require their end users to authenticate first hitting the URL of the application and then getting authenticated, it's fine. If they want, no, we want our end users to directly log into Okta and then authenticate, that's also completely fine. So these are the two flows which actually helps us to achieve the single sign-on using SAML. So yeah, that's what the SAML is all about. Next, I'll quickly show a demo of how do we achieve SAML. I'm going to create a dummy connection in Okta. So you'll see that there is a dummy connection in Okta. I'll create an application. Now I don't have any application access, so I'm going to use one of the application which can be. I mean, this is kind of uh, application. I mean, it's also a dummy application and it can be used anywhere. So I'm just going to use that. And now if I go to the instruction, so what are the first things? I need to exchange the metadata, because what basically as a part of integration, I need to maintain a trust between my Okta and the application. So let's suppose this is my application and this is my Okta. So I'm going to create a trust. So I'll go to the create an application integration. I'll go to SAML, new. Then maybe my first SAML app. Then I've got an option to upload the logo. Then under application visibility, I've got a couple of options. So if I just tick mark this option, then I cannot do an IDP initiated flow. It will not be available on my dashboard, so I cannot do that. But if I uncheck, then I can do both SAM SP initiated as well as IDP initiated. Now I go to next. I need the single sign-on URL. This is your ACS URL which you have just understood. So I need to get the ACS. So I will then download the SP initiated flow. I mean, sorry, service providers metadata. So let's download that. So this is my service provider metadata, and I need to give the single sign-on URL. So I need to find the single sign-on URL over here. So this is my single sign-on URL. You can see that the endpoint contains ACS also. So this is going to be the place where I am going to, my assertion would be consumed. Then I need to find the entity ID. This is the entity ID or the audience restriction what we have just studied that so this will extract from here, and we'll copy paste here. Next is the default real estate. If we don't have, we can set it blank. Name ID format is your, by default it's a username, so it's going to send you the username. And these are your attributes. So maybe if I want to send an attribute, let's say, so I can just send my attribute. Okay, so this is, I'm using an Okta expression language. So we'll talk about this language, but right now you can think of that identity provider is sending some attribute value to the service provider. I can send group attributes as well, but currently I don't have any, so I'll not send anything. Next is, we'll go to next, and we'll just finish the configuration settings. Now, once we have finished the configuration settings, now a connection in Okta is being created. Now I will, I need to assign this application to myself, because I'll be the one who will be testing this application. So I'll go ahead and, assign this application. And now once I would have assigned, right? So I would see that, on my end user dashboard, I would see an application with this name. If you could see, right, my first SAML app. So this is your IDP initiative flow. I would have, I have already logged into the Okta, so I have a session with Okta. But now if I would have logged into Okta and then hit this, so this is your IDP initiative. I'll demonstrate how do we do that, but right now let's complete the configuration. So I have, from application side, I have extracted the metadata and I have added that metadata in Okta. Now from IDP side, I need to get the metadata and add that metadata over here. So I'll just copy paste this metadata and I'll go to the application and I'll paste this metadata over here and I'll submit the exhibit. So this is my service provider flow. Like, this is the URL what this application has provided me, saying that just trying to get into the application. So I will open a new incognito window and I will try to get into the application. I'm hitting this link. Just see that this is the application URL. This is not the Okta URL. So I'm just hitting this link now. So see, I'm being redirected to Okta, right? So I'll just try to get into the application, sign in. So now, there would have been an assertion which is being, or a SAML response which is being generated once this authentication will be completed by Okta. And once this is completed, then I would be, redirecting directly to the application. See, and this is, I'm trying to get it, and there I am. So I have successfully logged into the application. And if in case I would be using this particular link also, so I have a session created with my browser, you could see, and I, again I'm getting into the application. So whenever I have a session created with the browser, I mean like with Okta, so I don't have to authenticate again. And that's why I try to go over here and check whether I have a session, I mean in a new incognito window. But I'm actually using my Gmail account to get into the system. That's why this this is causing an issue. But if in case you have normal your username and account, then it won't be an issue, right? So this will work smoothly. So yeah, that's it. Like this is how I'm getting into the application. You could see that whatever are the attributes which is being sent by the these are the assertion details. Like you will see that what is the entity ID, assertion ID, hashing algorithm, conditions, and something. So all of that, you can see the complete assertion value over here. So this is how our and also I was sending one of the attributes, right, as email. So you could see that that email attribute value got sent from the identity provider to the service provider. So yeah. So yeah, that was a quick demo of how do we do a SAML integration using Okta. And next, we'll cover the OIDC integration. The OIDC as well as OAuth Flow. We'll look into what OAuth and OIDC is all about, and then we'll move forward to the admin UI of Okta. So basically right now we have covered, what a single sign-on is, and under single sign-on protocols, we understood there are different single sign-on protocols which include SAML, OIDC, WS, Secure Web Authentication. And today, out of those, we are going to see OAuth, because we have already seen SAML. We have already gone through the SAML content. Now we are going to see the OAuth or the OIDC SSO protocol. So these two, basically SAML and OAuth, they are the kind of standard protocols, and they are being mostly used in for the single sign-on practices, whereas secure web authentication or WS-Fed or WS Trust, there are some of the protocols which we don't use much when compared to when compared to SAML and OAuth or OIDC protocols. So basically, if I have to define what OAuth 2.0 is all about, why we are going to, study OAuth first, before OIDC, is because OIDC is, kind of an extension of OAuth only. So it's necessary that we understand OAuth first, and then, we'll move on to the OIDC protocol. So OAuth is an authorization framework. This is a very important thing to remember, because this has been often asked in the interviews, that what kind of a protocol it is, whether it's an authentication or an authorization. Your SAML is an authentication, and your OAuth 2.0 is an authorization framework. So it basically enables the application to obtain limited access to the user account. So, once you're authenticated, there has to be a limited access for each user in a particular application. So that's what it enables the applications to obtain limited access to the user accounts on a HTTP service, such as Facebook, GitHub, or DigitalOcean, or any other application. It works by delegating the user authentication to the service that hosts the user account, and authorizing the third-party application to use the access the user account. OAuth 2 provides the authorization flows for web and desktop applications as well as mobile devices. So basically what it is doing is, it is there will be two-way contact. One would be, the user trying to access the application, and then another would be application trying to access the user information. Now both of them would be delegated. A user will not have full access to the application. That's where, the roles or the authorization part would come into picture, and then the application itself wouldn't have, the complete information about the user. So, again, kind of limited, or certain information would be granted. So that's what, OAuth 2.0 is all about. Now, if you want to understand the roles of OAuth, then, it basically defines us 4 roles, one of which is resource owner. Then we have a client credentials, then we have resource server, and then the most used one is the authorization server. So basically, before I move on to these flows, and, we basically understand what are the different types of flows which we have under OIDC, I would rather like to, go ahead and have a go through on the terminologies of what we have in OIDC. So very first terminology, or the very first acronym which we need to understand, is the resource owner. So the resource owner is the user who authorizes an application to access their account. So the application's access to the user account is limited to the scope of an authorization granted. So, basically the resource owner is going to be the end user who is, who wants the application to be authorized, or, who authorizes an application to access their account, and then who is basically trying to get into an application based on their roles in the application. So, they are basically trying to authorize an application based on their account permissions. And once the application's access to the user account is limited to the scope of the authorization granted. So, there are scopes which we'll understand, later, but like right now, you can think scope is something which will help the application to understand what level of permission the user has, whether it's a read, write, or, edit, modify, what level of permission it has. So, basically the application's access to the user account is being limited through a scope of the authorization granted. That could be either read or write, or, both, whatever access the scope says. So that's basically the resource owner. Now we have an authorization server or an API. This is an important thing to understand. So the resource server hosts the protected user accounts, and the authorization server verifies the identity of the user, then issues the access token to the application. So basically, what happens is that we have a resource owner. Then we also have a resource server. Now that resource server is going to host the protected user accounts, and the authorization server is going to verify the identity of the user, and it will issue the access token only once the identity has been verified. So basically your authorization server is going to authenticate or verify the user. It's not directly authenticating the user, but it's kind of it has to understand, or it has to check whether it's a legitimate user trying to get into the application. So kind of a pseudo authentication which will happen. Once it's satisfied that yes, it's a legitimate user, then it will grant you an access token, and then you can go ahead and access different resources which we have under the application. So from an application developer's point of view, a services API fulfills both the resource and the authorization server roles. We refer to both of these roles combined as the service or the API role. So basically this fulfills both the resource and the authorization server roles, and we can combine them and we can term them as the service or an API role. Then we have a client, which is an application. So client is the application that wants to access the user account. Before it may do so, it may be authorized by the user, and the authorization must be validated by the API. So basically the client, or the client or the browser, or it's an application which wants to access the user's account. So whatever user is trying, whichever user is trying to get into the application, the client is the one which wants to access the user's account. And before it do it, it will do it, it has to be authorized by the user. Authorizing means the user has to grant the permission. I mean, an application cannot directly get or access the user's account without being asked. So you can take an example. Whenever you install a new application, so you are being asked whether you want to allow notification, you say yes or no. You are being asked if you want to access, you want the contact list to be accessed by the phone, you say yes or no. I mean, to be by the application, you say yes or no. So all of these pop-ups are something which, like, the application wants to use users information, but application will ask the user whether it can do it or not, and now it's up to the end user whether they allow it or not. If they are granting them access, then they are saying yes, you can. If they are not granting them access, then they are saying no, you cannot. So that's how it works. Next, some of the other terminologies which we have in OAuth are, one is the redirect URI. So basically the URL, the authorization server will redirect the resource owner. Resource owner is the one, who is going to be authorized, and basically the end user. It will redirect the resource owner back to after granting permissions to the client. So, so basically the redirect URI is something we have understood what is the authorization server. It's basically, going to verify the identity of the user and then provide an access token. Then resource owner is something, who is trying to, it's basically the end user's account. And then the client is the application that wants to access the end user's account. So basically the redirect URL is something, the URL that the authorization server will redirect to the resource owner back to after granting permissions to the client. So resource owner is going to grant permissions to the client, and then the URL, the authorization server, will redirect back to the resource owner. So this is sometimes referred to as the callback URL. So what will happen is that the resource owner is going to grant permissions to the client, and once it has granted permissions, it will redirect back to the authorization server, and that URL which redirects back to the authorization server will redirect it to the resource owner, which in turn will redirect to grant the permissions to the client. So this is basically a callback URL. Then there is a response type, the type of information on the client expects to receive. The most common response type is code, where the client expects an authorization code. So response type is something like, it could be your identity token, it could be your access token. I mean, something which you are expecting back in response. So basically the most popular thing to expect back is a code. Basically we mostly use authorization code flows in when we talk about OIDC. So that's where we get a code in return, and that's your response type. So the type of information that the client expects to receive, and the most common response type is the code, where the client expects an authorization. Then scopes, these are granular permissions the client wants, such as access to data or to perform actions. Then consent is something the authorization server takes the scopes the client is requesting and verifies with the resource owner whether or not they want to give permission to the client or not. So basically whenever you are granting permission to the client, whether they can access something or not based on the scopes. Scopes are your granular permissions, which is trying to get the user's information. So if you're granting them your consent to have your data being read or written by the client, that is your consent, and that is something we can term it as consent. Then you have a client secret. So this is a secret password that only the client and the authorization server know. So this allows them to securely share information privately behind the scene. So client ID and client secret is something which we require in order to verify our identity in front of the by the authorization server. So that's kind of a secret password that only the client and the authorization server knows, and this allows them to securely share the information privately behind the scenes. Then an authorization code is a short-lived temporary code the client gives the authorization server in exchange for an access token. So whenever you get an access token, you have to provide an authorization code, and then only you are being granted an access token. Then if we talk about access token, the key the client will use to communicate with the resource server. This is like a badge or a key card that gives client permissions to request data or perform actions with the resource server on your behalf. So once your identity has been verified and you have granted permissions to the client, now an access token is being granted. Now once you get an access token, it as the name suggests, access token. So you are basically going to, in that particular token, you are basically going to have what all access you have to or what all resources you have to access on an application. So that token will help you get through to whatever scopes or whatever access you have within the application. So basically we can think of it like you go to a fair. There are you purchase a ticket, and in that ticket you might have 3 or 4 swings which are free of cost to you, right? You cannot definitely have all swings for free of cost, but you might have maybe have purchased a 500 rupees ticket, and you might have 3 or 4 swings which are free of cost for you. So you can go one by one and have them have the access to those things. So similar is the case with the access token. Once the access token is granted to you, so whatever are the permissions you have based on your roles or based on your profile, you can go ahead and request for the access of those particular resources. So that's what where access token helps you to do. So basically if we want to understand the abstract flow of the OAuth 2.0, so basically you have an application that is your client, which actually makes an authorization request to the end user. Now authorize as a user, you are going to grant them your consent, that is the authorization grant is being granted. And then once it's being granted, the authorization server provides an access token. And once the access token is you have been granted an access token, so this is basically your ticket counter, and this is basically your swings. Once the access token is being provided to you by the resource server, then you can go ahead and access anything in the resource API, or the service API or the resource server. So whatever are the protected resources you have, and whatever access you have got based on your access token, you can go ahead and actually access those resources. So now if I talk about application registration, before using OAuth with your application, you must register your application with the service. This is done through a registration form in the developer or an API portion of the services website, where you'll provide the following information. So basically I am also going to show you like how do we okay, yeah. So I'll just show you that how do we register an OAuth 2.0 application in Okta. So in the meanwhile the environment sets up. Okay, so basically this is what we are going to do. We'll go to the applications, and we'll just go ahead and we'll go to the OIDC one. And over here we need to select what type of an application we possess, or we are trying to integrate it. So we, most of the cases we are going to use a web application. My first OAuth app maybe. And over here you have the grant type. So this is something, the types or the the roles or the flows in which we can have an OIDC or an OAuth being set up. So you have client credentials, authorization code, or refresh token, or implicit type. And over here you have to give the redirect URI. So we just mentioned back here what is a redirect URI. Then you have to give what is the redirect, I mean, sorry, login redirect URIs and logout redirect. This is kind of optional, but this is something you need to give, because this is kind of once you have been authenticated, so it sends back the response to this particular URI. So you need to read this URI in order to get access to the access token, and then finally to the resource server. So you just maybe I'll just give the default URLs whatever we have. And this is something, if the request is coming from some other domain, like basically this is my domain right now, and if the request is coming maybe from SharePoint or somewhere else, like outside of this particular domain, I have to add it over here in the trusted origin domain. So that's pretty much it. And once maybe okay, we'll just skip the some assignments of people for the time being. And once once my application, now my application is registered with Okta, now this is something I need to provide this to the application team. So whatever is the application name, let's suppose we do have an application with this name, then I do have to provide them the client ID and the client secret. And this is where I am, like if I want to understand this thing. So this is an application, this is an end user who is trying to get into the application. Now this particular application will be corresponding, or you will be communicating to the authorization server or the resource server. And these two things is something which will be provided by Okta in our scenario. So basically an application request will go to the user. From the user it will grant the access. From access it will ask the authorization server to give them the the access token. Once the access token is being granted, it will go to the resource server and finally access the resources. So this is how an abstract flow looks like. And for us to do so, we require the application to be registered with this identity provider, which in our case is going to be Okta. We have registered that. Once we register it, we need to provide the client ID and the client secret to the application team. So basically this is something they are going to authenticate themselves over here. Once they get this authenticated or verified by the authorization server, it will grant them the access token. So this is something we have to do for the registration part. So that's what we have written here, that before using OAuth with an application, you must register your application with the service. This is done through a registration form in the developer or API portion of the services website, where you will provide the following information, which is the application name, application website, redirect URL, or the callback URL. And redirect URI is the service which will redirect the user after they authorize your application, and therefore the part of your application that will handle the authorization code or the access token. So basically once you have given your consent or not given your consent based on your response, it's going to be the URL where the authorization code and the access token is going to be granted, or you are going to get that token or a code at that particular URL. And once you get that, you need to extract that code or an access token, and then finally go to the resource server with that code, saying that it's kind of a ticket, so wherever you can receive your ticket, it's kind of that particular URL. So once you receive your access token, you are going to the resource server to asking them that I require these resources to be access to, and they'll check whether you have an access token. Whatever access token says that you have access to, you'll be allowed to get access to all of them. So that's what it is, and that's what your registration of an application is. So once your application is registered, the service will issue a client credentials in the form of a client identifier and a client secret. So the moment you remember, you would have seen that we clicked on save, our client ID and client secret were generated. So moment the application got registered, the client ID and the client secret got generated. And client ID is a publicly exposed string that is used by the service API to identify the application. So basically this is kind of an entity ID. We studied what is an entity ID in SAML. It's kind of a unique attribute or a unique value which differentiate or distinguishes an application from other application. So that's what the client ID is all about. So it's basically the application. What is a client? Client is your application, and it's the identifier of the application. So basically that is what the client ID is all about. And once you get your identifier generated, you need to it's being used and it's being exposed publicly. And It's being used by the service API to identify the application, and it is also used to build the authorization URLs that are presented to the user. The client secret is used to authenticate the identity of the application to service API when the application requests to access a user's account and must be kept private between the application and the API. So basically, over here, the application is going to be authorization server with the client ID and client secret. And over here, if this is a legitimate and if it is being verified between these two entities, then only you are being granted an access token. So that's why it has their client secret has to be kept as private between these two entities. It cannot be made public. So because if it is made public, then anyone can go ahead and make a connection with the authorization server, and they would be requesting for an for the authorization code or an access token, and based on your client ID and client secret, that would be granted. So we need to be extra cautious that our client secret should not be shared with anyone. Okay, so now next, we are going to see the different types of grant types which we have in OAuth 2.0. So the very first and the most used one that we have is the authorization code flow. So you have the resource owner, that is the end user. Then you have an application. Then finally an authorization server and your API. So basically I'm talking, if I have to refer to this, I'm talking about application, user, authorization server, and the resource API, right? So I'm basically covering all of that. So now, what happens is that, if the user goes to the application, so it will click on the login link, it will go to the application. Now from the application, the user requests the authorization code to the auth server. So, over here, the client actually does not directly go with the client ID and the client secret. Instead, it will request for an auth code from the authorization server. Once the auth code is being requested, the authorization server redirects to the login / the authorization prompt. It will redirect you back to the user. And over here, now the user is being asked, okay, that this particular application is requesting access to this thing. Would you grant access or not? You will say yes or no. So, you are eventually going to provide your consent to that request being generated. If you authenticate and consent is being provided, then the auth code is being provided by the authorization server to the application. Now the authorization code is there with the application. Client ID and client secret was something which the application already had, because your application, once the application was registered, you had already provided that client ID and client secret to your application. So now authorization code is something which is being granted when the user gave its consent, and client ID and client secret is being provided already to the application at the time of application registration. So now the application is holding three data points. That is, one is authorization code, one is client ID, and the other is client secret. So now it will go back to the authorization server. It will validate the authorization code as well as client ID and the client secret. If all of these three are being validated by the authorization server, it will provide you the identity token and the access token. Now identity token would be granted if we are talking about OIDC, that is your OpenID connect. If you're not talking about OIDC, then just remove this identity token and only access token would be granted. And that's what the difference between this OAuth 2.0 and OIDC is. So basically in OAuth 2.0, you do not have a login screen. In OIDC, you have a login screen, and when you're trying to get into the application, you are being provided with an identity token as well as with the access token. So that's what the difference between these two flows are. I mean, these two protocols are. We are going to eventually see in detail a little bit more on what OIDC is. But now wherever that authentication is, direct authentication is coming into existence, that's where your OIDC is. And if it's like a pseudo authentication, so it's kind of then your OAuth 2.0. Let's suppose that you did not have a login screen over here, then also there would have been some validation, right? Validation of client ID and client secret. So what is a validation? It's kind of an authentication only, right? That you are going in with your client ID and client secret authenticated by your authorization server. Now over here, you are having a login screen. So that's where, like, as an end user, you are thinking you are doing a login. So that's why OIDC is an authentication protocol, But in OAuth 2.0, you are not doing a login. You do not have a login screen. So, you are eventually going to do authentication in a pseudo manner. End user doesn't know that. So, your application is eventually going to do that authentication. You as an end user does not have to authenticate. You only have to grant permission. But in OIDC, you as an end user have to authenticate. So that's the difference. So, would you have been provided with the identity token and the access token once, it validates the auth code, ID token and the access token. And once the request, now, with all of this data, once everything is being provided by the authorization server, that is a ID token and access token is being granted. Now the app requests the user data with the access token, so it goes to the API server. This is the server which is holding all of the information about the user. So the application or the client will go to the resource server or an API server, and it will request for the user information. Whatever in the access token it has, it will, just send back the response to the application. And that's how your authorization code flow works. So, only thing is that, in the authorization code flow, that you get an auth code first. And once you get an auth code, you validate your auth code, client ID, client secret with your authorization server. And only after you validate with your authorization server, you are being able to get the identity token as well as the access token. So this is, basically the flow which is being mostly used in case of web applications, and over here when I selected this thing, right, when I went into this, and I had to select, what type of an application I'm trying to integrate. Maybe I'll just so I'll just, over here, once I selected OIDC, I had to select, whether it's a web application, single page application, or a native application. So we have different flows or different, grant types as per the use cases we have for the application. So if it's a web application, 95% of the times you will see that, you'll use authorization code. If it's like a single page application, then, you might be using implicit, grant types, which we are going to see now. So basically, based on the grant types, we are going to see, what type of, based on the application, based on the application, we are going to see what type of grant type we have to, go ahead with. Next comes the, the client credentials grant type. Now in this scenario, there is no user, so basically what happens is it's like machine to machine authentication. So you have a machine which is trying to authenticate itself and, or authorize itself, and there is no end user. There is no end user to give consent or stuff like that. So, just think of it same thing, but, this end user is gone now. So that's your machine to machine authentication, that is M2M. You have an application or a client, then you have an authorization server, and then you have your API. So basically the machine is going to go to the tenant or the authorization server with the client ID and the client secret. It will validate, the authorization server is going to validate your client ID and client secret. Once it validates, the access token is granted. It will request data to the API server with the access token, which is granted. And finally, the API server is going to send back the response to the machine to machine or your application. So, it's very simple. The only thing is that there is no concept of authorization code, or there is no concept of user over here. So, there is no resource owner or the end user. So, it's your application or the client which is directly, communicating. So it's basically wherever there is no intervention of the user, and sometimes, you require APIs to be authenticated via OAuth. So at that point of time, we require, machine to machine credentials or the client credentials grant type. Then we have the implicit flow. Over here, you again have a user, you have a client, you have an authorization server. But over here, you don't have the API server or, the resource server. So basically, as an end user, if you're using OIDC, you'll have a login screen. If you're not using OIDC, you're not going to have a login screen. The user will go to the application. From the application, it will request a token, and once the token is being it will request for a token. It will redirect you back to the end user or, the resource owner, where it will ask you to authenticate and give your consent. Once you give your consent, it will provide you the token. So over here, the security wise, it is less, it's not very good, because, you don't get an auth code, and that is not being validated. It's exactly same what happens over here. The only difference is that over here you have an authorization code to validate as well. Over here, when the authorization server sends you back to the end user, over there you authenticate and give your consent, and you are directly being getting access to the application. You don't have an auth code, you don't have to validate again. At that point of time, it will just provide you directly the authorization, I mean the token. So your authorization server will provide the application the token, and you can just get into the application. So that's like for your single page or native applications, or your legacy applications where the web application versions are not supported. At that point of time, just to have the OAuth or the single sign-on protocol into picture, you can use this particular protocol. So that's what your OAuth 2.0 is all about, or the different grant types which we have in OAuth 2.0. Next, we are just, although we have seen what's the basic difference between an OAuth 2.0 or an OIDC, but we'll just read a little bit of what OIDC is all about. So it's an interoperable authentication protocol. I've mentioned why is it an authentication protocol, because you are getting a login screen to to enter your password and credential, and then finally give your consent to. So that's why it's an authentication protocol rather than the authorization protocol, and it's based on the OAuth 2.0 family of specifications. So it uses straightforward the rest of the JSON message flows within a design goal of making simple things simple and complicated things possible. It's uniquely easy for developers to integrate when compared to any preceding identity protocol. So it lets developers authenticate their users across websites and apps without having to own and manage password files. For the app builders, it provides a secure, verifiable answer to the question, what is the identity of a person currently using the browser or native app that is connected to me? OIDC allows for clients of all types, including browser-based JavaScript and native mobile apps, to launch sign-in flows and receive verifiable assertions about the identity of the signed-in users. So basically, your identity authentication plus OAuth 2.0 is equivalent to your OIDC. So, you have an OAuth 2.0. If you add a layer of identifying or and authenticating the user, that becomes your OIDC. That's it. Like that's the main difference between an OIDC and an OAuth 2.0. So it can also authorize, but the primary purpose of OIDC is to give you authentication. OAuth 2.0 also can do the authentication, but that's like a pseudo authentication. So primarily the work of, or the objective of OAuth 2.0 is to do authorization, and primarily the objective of OIDC is to do authentication. Although both can do both, but that's what the primary purpose is. So OAuth 2.0 is designed only for authorization, for granting access to data and features from one application to another. OIDC is a thin layer that sits on top of OAuth 2.0, and that adds login and profile information about the person who is logged in. Establishing a login session is often referred to as authentication, and information about the person logged in is, that is the resource owner, is called an identity. When an authorization server supports OIDC, it is sometimes called an identity provider, since it provides information about the resource owner back to its clients. So that's what the difference is. Like whenever you get the authorization server which sends back the information to the identity provider, it's the resource owner credentials flow that we have to use. OIDC enables scenarios where one login can be used across multiple applications, also known as single sign-on. For example, an application that could support single sign-on with social networking services such as Facebook or Twitter, so that users can choose to leverage a login they already have and are comfortable using. So basically you would have seen a lot of times, if you want to log into any application, you get an option, sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook. So that's basically most of the places you will see that that's OIDC being implemented straight away. Mostly wherever you will see sign in with Google, 95% of the times it's OIDC flow which is being implemented at that point of time. So it basically helps user, even you would have seen that I logged into this particular account. So if I just have to sign out and show you again, so I do I go here and I sign in with Google. So this is basically an OIDC connection. What it is, I'm not directly using my username and password to get into. Instead, I'm using my Google's account. So that's where my Google would have authenticated, and now I'm going to leverage the services of Okta. So that's exactly what OIDC is going to do. So it's the perfect example of the OIDC of how it works. So yeah, I don't have to create a separate password or credentials for my Okta. I remember my Okta and I remember my Google's credentials. I trust Google that it will, my security is not being compromised. And if I trust that, so I can just use my single credential of Google to get into the application instead of me creating different password again and again for different applications. So that's why if you see somewhere social logins, and if you trust those social logins, so you can use that. And eventually what are they doing? They're using OIDC. That's the case what we are trying to understand. So it's basically an OIDF standard that profiles and extends OAuth 2.0 to add an identity layer, creating a single framework that promises to secure APIs, mobile native applications, and browser applications in a single cohesive architecture. It adds two notable identity constructs to OAuth 2.0 token issuance model. One is an identity token. You don't have an identity token in that OAuth 2.0. So identity token is something you get when when we talk about OIDC. And the other thing is that you get a standardized identity attribute API at a client, which can be retrieve desired and identity attributes for a given user. So what problem does OIDC solve? OAuth 2.0 is not an identity protocol. It's an authorization framework for securing arbitrary APIs as opposed to APIs fronting identity information. So it's basically your OAuth 2.0 is your authorization framework, whereas your OIDC is kind of an authentication framework. So that's where we require OIDC to be brought in on top of the OAuth 2.0. So if I have to compare between OAuth and OpenID Connect, so if I have to compare between OpenID versus OpenID Connect, so OpenID is your open standard for authentication being developed by the members of OpenID Foundation, whereas OpenID and the problems which we face with OpenID 1 and 2 was that the URI as the identifier were too hard for the people to remember. So not API and mobile friendly, and no support for robust signing and encryption. And whatever the enhancements that came into existence, that actually were treated as the OpenID Connect. So that was the main difference, although this is not very important for you to understand in the fundamentals part, so that's fine. And if you need to understand the basic difference between OpenID, OAuth, and finally SAML. So in OAuth 2.0, the token or the assertion that is being generated is in the form of the JSON or the SAML 2.0 or XML format, you could say. OpenID, it's completely in JSON format, and SAML, it's in XML format. OAuth 2.0, yes, it's an authorization protocol. OpenID, no. SAML, it's an authentication, but sometimes it can allow you to do authorization, but it's like it's very restricted or limited. You cannot achieve authorization with SAML up to a great extent. Authentication, I did mention that it does pseudo authentication. So OAuth 2.0 does a pseudo authentication. OpenID, yes, definitely it's an authentication protocol. SAML, yes, it's an OIDC. I mean, SAML is an authentication protocol. Then for the transport layer, you use HTTP for OAuth 2.0. For OpenID, you have get HTTP post, and so you basically have HTTP get and post methods for OpenID. For SAML, you have get binding, and then you have SAML SOAP bindings, and post bindings. So you've got multiple bindings under SAML. Security risk is risk. If we talk about OAuth 2.0, it's the phishing. So OAuth 2.0 does not support signature encryption or channel binding or client verification. So instead, it relies completely on TLS for confidentiality. So you would have seen that it's not client ID or client secret is something being provided by the by the end user or the identity provider who has registered the application. It's not something client has something unique on its own. So it's not verifying the identity of the client. So that's where a lot of phishing attacks happen when we talk about OAuth 2.0. OpenID, also there are phishing attacks. Identity providers have a log of OpenID logins, so making a compromised account a bigger privacy breach. So basically, whenever there are two parties, because now there is an identity provider keeping a log of whatever the OpenID logins are, so it's kind of a data or a security breach. Then if we talk about SAML, so XML signature wrapping to impersonate any user. So there could be a signature which can impersonate that you are not a legitimate user. Instead, you can impersonate to become any user. So that's again a security risk. OAuth 2.0 is basically the best suited for API authorization. OpenID is best suited for single sign-on, and SAML is also best suited for single sign-on. So that's pretty much it. And that's, I know like it's a little bit difficult to understand OpenID, but like we just try to cover the fundamental parts of what OIDC and OAuth 2.0 is all about. So basically, if I go to the Okta screen, right, and if I go and see on the left nav bar, we could see that there is an option called directory over here. And this is what we call as, the Okta's universal directory. So, talking about a little bit more on Okta's universal directory, the universal directory which delivers the rich user profiles and the fine-grained control over how attributes are exchanged between applications. This directory makes it easier for organizations to create and maintain a single source of truth for its users, enabling new authentication and provisioning scenarios. So basically, this universal directory is actually, deliver rich user profiles and the fine-grained control over how the attributes are being exchanged with different applications. So, as we have seen before that we are integrating our applications with Okta. Now, when we are integrating our applications with Okta, we are sending certain attribute values from our Okta to different application. And, we could see that, we were sending email attributes, or we could send different attribute values, or different, user profile attributes values from Okta to different applications. Now, how are these values being sent? These values have to be stored somewhere, right? Like, okay, what is the value of user.email for my account? This value has to be stored somewhere, right? Or I as a user have many attributes, like, I have a manager, I have an email ID, I have a first name, last name, address, local, and, country, city, state. All these attributes belong to my particular unique ID. Now these attribute values have to be stored somewhere, right? So this is all these attributes value are being stored in the universal directory of Okta, and that's why we say that, they deliver rich user profiles, and which allows us to exchange attributes with different applications. It also makes it easier for the organization to create and maintain a single source of truth. Now, why do we say that? Because, Okta is going to be your source, or, the identity provider, which is eventually going to be integrated with a lot of different external directories. These directories could include other directories like your Active Directory, maybe your LDAP directory, maybe, your third party directory, or it could be your application, application users which are being pushed into or pulled into Okta. So basically, external directory users are pushed into Okta, and application users are being pulled into Okta. Now, there's a simple difference. Why do we say that? Because, if I talk about, like, Okta sits in middle. On the left hand side, you can think, all the integration to the Active Directories take place, and on the right hand side, all the integrations to the application takes place. So integration to the application is like, the outstream process that happens from Okta to application, whereas the directory process is like, which happens from directory to Okta. So, it's kind of, that's why we say that whenever the users are being pulled into Okta, that means that, it's coming from application, and whenever the users are being pushed into Okta, that's where we say that the directory users are being imported or, pushed into Okta. Now, what happens is, like, since the Okta is going to be integrated with multiple directories or applications, so basically the users of these directories or applications are going to be entered, or, their accounts are going to be found inside Okta. So now, we are going to have multiple types of users. We are going to have directory users. We are going to have Okta users, the users which are created within Okta itself. And then we are going to have the application users, the users which are created in application, but on integration with Okta, those users are being pulled into Okta. So, we are going to have different set of users, and basically what will happen is that, eventually all of these users are going to sit within Okta, and that's why we can call, Okta as the single source of truth, which will help us in all the authentication and, provisioning scenarios. With Universal Directory, we'll have access to the profile editor in the admin console with the ability to store the rich profiles of user attributes in Okta. So what does this mean is, like, under directory, you could see that, we have a profile editor tab. And now if I click and go on to this profile editor tab, you could see that, there are different applications which have been integrated with Okta. So basically, you can go to any of the application which we have already integrated with Okta. Why do we see all so many applications when we haven't integrated? The reason being, if you go to the application tabs, we have got 4 active and 12 inactive. So that's the reason, like why we see so many applications over here. Had we, like, if we delete all the deactivated applications or inactive applications, these applications will go away, or only the active, or the applications which have an instance in Okta will stay here. So basically, all the applications which have been integrated till date and they are found in Okta, we can still see those applications over here. Also, it helps us to identify or understand, what type of an application it is, whether it's an identity provider, whether it's Okta itself, or whether it's an application which is like a third-party application which we might have integrated either through SAML, OIDC, Secure Web, or any other API interface integration. So now you could see that you have different applications. If you go to mappings, you have the ability to actually control what attributes should be passed from one place to another, right? So like you can say that from this particular application to Okta, what are the attributes that should be flowing in, and then from Okta to the application, what should be the attributes that should be flowing in. So we could save that mapping, and that's where all of this is done under universal directory. You can customize and extend the user and app profiles with custom attributes. So basically, there are 2 types of profiles which we have. One is the user profile and the other is the app profile. So user profile is basically the profile of a user. So basically, any user which is created in Okta, that will, that is eventually not only created in Okta but has an account in Okta coming from either from external directory or from applications, or directly created in Okta, will have a user profile. So that profile of the user is going to contain many attributes. So so if you, in case you want to use any particular attribute, right, so like if you go to applications, and if I go to one of the application over here, so I was using one of the attributes to be sent from Okta to the application, and that attribute was email, and I was using this particular expression language to send the value of this attribute. So basically, I'm using user dot. So whenever you use something like user dot, that's like user being acting as the class, and email being acting as your subject or as the object. So in that scenario, you say that it's a user profile. If in case I would have been using app dot something, then that means I'm using an app profile. So basically, the user profile is also going to have certain attributes, or the objects, and similar is the case with the app profile. They are also going to have certain attributes. The only difference is that user profile corresponds to your Okta environment, whereas app profile corresponds to the application which is integrated with your Okta environment. So whatever attributes you have in Okta, you can use them using user dot something, and whatever attributes you have in application, you can use them with app dot something. So all of this you can customize and extend it within the universal directory. You can also bidirectionally map and move the attributes from Okta to the applications. You can transform attributes using a powerful and intuitive expression language before storing them in Okta. So I mentioned before that like for example, had I like if it would have required for me to send something which is not present in our Okta. So maybe I need to send maybe something like first maybe full name, and let's suppose I do not have this attribute full name in my Okta environment. So I can make some customizations over here. Like full name is basically going to be your first name and last name, and I can just save it. So basically, and even if I want some space to be added, so I can do all of that over here. So I can just save this expression, and basically once this expression is saved, so you see that something like for my ID, it will send Vibhor space Garg as my the first name and the as the full name to the applications. Basically, we can do all of these customizations using the Okta expression language, and all Okta expression language you can use within the universal directory. These capabilities enable you to do the following, and you can synchronize the user profile information across cloud HR systems, on-premise directory systems, and applications. You can provision application user accounts with rich profile information such as roles, managers, geolocations, and other attributes that aid in configuring complex authentications and authorization rules. You can collect, import, and store any type of user attribute, including externally defined custom attribute. So basically, that's like a very high level, or you could say a description of what your universal directory is all about. So basically you can think universal directory which helps to store the users, the groups which we have in Okta, the expression language, the mappings of the, the mappings of the users to different or various applications. All of these are going to be, contained within the universal directory, and hence this is very strong product of Okta, because with other IAM products, like, if I talk about Ping, so Ping has its own directory, but that's altogether a different product of Ping. Like, you cannot use Ping Federate and Ping directory in a single environment, right? You need to install Ping directory separately and Ping Federate separately. So, it requires an integration between these two products, then only you can use it. But with Okta, it's already integrated within the Okta Access Management product, which we see here on the cloud. And we can directly use it as and when required. We don't require any separate integration from our end. So that's the beauty of this universal directory of Okta. Now, if I talk about the users and groups which we have in Okta, the very first two tabs which you see here in Okta on the left nav bar, the people and the groups. So basically, you can manage users and groups or individually. Each one of our users, whether your workforce or your customer base, has a unique identity within Okta. So, like if I go to any user, it has a unique identity in Okta. And how do I identify that? So whenever you click on a user, right, just go to the top web address URL and you'll see that there is an ID, which you might not understand, but this ID is there for Okta to understand. And every user is going to have a unique identity. So whenever your user is created in Okta, it's been associated with the ID which is being generated by Okta. And whenever we correspond or we reference to this particular user in Okta, Okta is always going to refer to this particular user with this particular ID. So that's why, we say that, any user created in Okta has a unique identity. The identity lets you to view and manage which apps a device can user access. So, basically, if I clicked on it, so Okta knows this because, it knows this particular ID. Now, if I'm into this ID, I could see that, what all applications are assigned to this particular user, what all groups, are assigned to this particular user, what is the profile of this particular user. I could see that, what all attributes are populated, or if I need to make a change to this, the attributes of the profile, I can go ahead and do it. If in case this user has been, holding any special privileges like the admin privileges, so this user is actually a super administrator. So I could, go ahead and check whether, okay, what level of admin permissions it has. I can go ahead and, edit the admin permissions and stuff like that. So all of that can be done from, directly under people tab. This identity, in addition, Universal Directory stores unlimited amount of users and attributes from apps and sources like Active Directory or HR systems. Any type of attribute is supported, including linked objects and sensitive attributes and predefined lists. All of it is accessible by all apps in our OIN catalog over LDAP or through API. So our OIN catalog is nothing but the Okta integration network, which we are going to, discuss in detail. But like for the time being, you can think of it like, any application which is being integrated, that can either be integrated through your OIN catalog, that is your Okta integration network catalog, or it can be integrated, through like custom integration, whatever whatever we have done, in our previous sessions. So now coming to how do we manage the users. So you could actually go to the people and you can manage the users. You can go to the people and add and manage the end users in an organization. So basically, if you want to add a user, or if you want to change some property of a user, you just go to that user and you can just edit the profile of that user. So all of that can be done from the people tab in Okta. Adding users to the organization enables them to have the own my applications page. Now add and update users with just-in-time provisioning in Okta. The very first time a user authenticates using AD delegated authentication, desktop single sign-on, or inbound SAML. So now there is an interesting concept of JIT. It's being often asked in interviews, so I'll just quickly discuss this topic here only. So basically, what happens is like there is a concept of JIT, which means like just-in-time provisioning. Now as the name suggests, right, it's pretty much self-explanatory. Like whenever it's required, the account or anything would be provisioned. Now it depends on what JIT is. What are we asking JIT to do? So it could be account provisioning, it could be user provisioning, it could be application provisioning. But mostly you will see that user provisioning. That's like whenever your JIT is enabled, that is a just-in-time provisioning. And if your application doesn't have an account yet, So let's suppose for a scenario that or your Okta is integrated with an Active Directory. Now a new user joins an organization. So the moment the new user joins an organization, the account is created in the Active Directory, right, for that particular organization. Like that's like basically the very first step every organization does. Like the moment the user gets onboarded, they create an account for the user in the Active Directory. Now, once the account in the Active Directory is created and your Active Directory is integrated with Okta, so basically what should happen is that that account has to flow into Okta now. So now there could be this won't happen immediately. Like the moment the account is created in Active Directory, it will flow in Okta. That will definitely not happen. So there are basically scheduled imports. So what happens is like account from AD to Okta happens. That synchronization happens, but like that synchronization happens at certain time during the day, maybe at 8 a.m. in the morning, then 12 a.m. in the morning, in 12 p.m. in the afternoon, 4 p.m. in the evening, maybe 8 p.m. in the evening, and then finally one last thing at 12 a.m. So that's something being decided by the organization. But like it doesn't mean that 24 hours you'll have every 1 minute or every 5 minutes you'll have a sync that will actually bring those IDs to Okta. Now let's suppose that an account was created at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. User has started his office today, and the account is created in Active Directory, but user required to access Okta, but the account is yet to be scheduled, or it will be flowing to Okta maybe at 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So what will employee do? Employee doesn't want to have the downtime of that 3 or 4 hours where he or she is not able to access the environment of Okta. So now if your JIT is enabled, because your Active Directory is being integrated with Okta, and let's suppose your JIT is enabled, that is just-in-time provisioning is enabled, then there could be a possibility that even if Okta does not have the account of that user, Okta would still allow that user to get into its environment by creating the account then and there at the time of login. So now let's suppose that if JIT is enabled, user is trying to access Okta at 9 a.m. in the morning, account is to be scheduled, or it will be flowing into Okta at 12 p.m. let's say. So at 9 a.m. the Okta does not have that account, but Okta is integrated with that Active Directory, which will bring that account into Okta at 12 p.m. So what will happen is if JIT is enabled, Okta is going to create an account then and there at the time when the user is trying to log in. So at 9 a.m. itself, the account will be created within Okta, and the user can directly log in. Now there are two ways the account can be logged in. I mean, the user can get into the system. So one of the ways that either Okta goes to Active Directory if delegation authentication is not allowed, saying that you only authenticate this user. If you find this, let me know, I'll allow this user, I'll create an account. Or Okta says that okay, give me the permissions, and I'll authenticate on your behalf. So like either that user has to be imported manually, then at that point of time, and only it will allow you to then create an account if it finds an account in Okta. If in case that import or user option is not there and delegation is available, then in that scenario Okta just goes to the Active Directory saying you only authenticate this user. So or once Active Directory authenticates and say yes, it's a legitimate user, the account is created within Okta, and that's what the JIT is all about. So it basically just eliminates your downtime of the application, and it could be with any application. Let's not just talk about Okta, let's talk about those applications which have business impacts if the users are not able to log in. So if JIT is enabled, it can help you increase, I mean, like reduce your downtime to a great extent. So now when JIT is enables, users usually do not receive activation emails. And when using JIT provisioning with AD users, the procedure depends on whether delegated authentication is enabled or not. So delegation is basically, distributing your roles and responsibilities. That's it. So if you have delegated authentication enabled, you don't need to import users from AD first for JIT provisioning to create accounts. So that's what I mentioned. Like if your delegation is there, then Okta is going to go to Active Directory saying you only authenticate the user. But if you don't have delegate authentication, you need to import the AD accounts first, and then it must appear in Okta's imported users, and then only JIT will happen to, it will occur to create the account of that user in Okta. So, I mean, this second option basically doesn't serve a purpose, because, if in case we are importing users to Okta, then, what's the point, like, that that import was supposed to happen at 12 p.m. So if we are doing it now, like that doesn't make much sense. So it's better to go ahead with the delegation authentication, and that's where JIT is really strong. And then talking about people in Okta, so we are basically having the three types of people in Okta. So one is like the Okta mastered users, then you have directory mastered users, and then finally you have the application mastered users. So basically, the Okta mastered users are those users which are created in Okta. So they are being authenticated against the Okta policy. Then they are being associated with the Okta groups. They also provide an alternative login method separate from an external directory, and they are being governed by the Okta user profile. So when I say governed being by the Okta user profile, so there's a user profile being created in Okta for every user, and basically users which are created in Okta, they can be governed by the Okta. So I can go ahead and edit it. But had it been the case like this user would have been coming from LDAP, Active Directory, or any other third-party source, then Okta cannot go ahead and click on this edit and change the attributes. It has to be done from those applications or the directories from which the user is coming from. So that's what we mean by governed by the Okta user profile. Then if we talk about the directory, so these users are being created in the external directory, then they are being pulled into Okta. Then as I mentioned, that they are pulled into Okta, and application users are pushed into Okta. So there's a difference between these two terms. Then they are being authenticated against the external directory, and also they are being associated with Okta groups. So any type of user which we have in Okta, they can be associated with Okta groups. But if you have an AD group, you cannot associate an AD group to all the users. AD group can contain only AD users. Okta group can contain all types of users. So basically sometimes this is a very important question being asked in the Okta certifications and all. So just remember that Okta groups can hold any type of users, whereas AD groups can hold 80 type of users. I mean only AD users. Application groups can hold only apps users. They cannot hold Okta users or LDAP users or AD users in their group. Then talking about the application, they are being, these users are being created within the app. They are pushed into Okta. They're being authenticated against Okta or the external directory, and finally they are being governed by the application user. So we have already discussed this thing. Like what do we mean by governance? So like for a directory, it has to be governed, or the attributes have to be modified or changed from the directory itself. Or for the application, it has to be also done from the application itself. Okta cannot go ahead and make a change over there. Then talking about the different user states or statuses what we have. So I'll just go back to Okta, and I'll just go back to people. So over here, whenever a user is created in Okta, you could see that we have got so many states here in Okta. So we just want to discuss that particular thing. So we have got total of 8 different states available in Okta, and also you could see this, you have staged, pending, active, password, lockout, it's suspended, and finally deactivated. So basically you have got these I think 7 or 8 different statuses or states what we have for the users in Okta. So then pending activation or provision is one of the state wherein the account has been created in Okta, but the user is not yet active. So it requires some kind of intervention or an action to be taken by the end user. So it's usually when we create an account, but that account, like something like this, that's pending user action, something needs to be done by the user. So basically reset the password or stuff like that, or create add your credentials, or I mean some personal details like your work email, or maybe a phone number or alternative email, something like that, and then only your account is finally created and it gets active. Then the staged is like your account has been created but it is not yet active. So you could see certain staged users over here, and you could see that right below that staged staged um, value, you could see the activate also, because these users are created in Okta but they are not yet activated. So we need to activate them, and then only they can do anything in Okta. Then active users are the users who are active, like who have completed all their process to be onboarded in Okta. So they're working fine now. Then if we talk about the password reset is like sometimes the user has to reset the password. Like for example, let's suppose that the user there is a user or a service account which has been created by the admin, And now, there has been a temporary password being created by admin only. So now that user has to, change the password on the first login. So that's where it's a password reset mode, like, that password which has been set by the admin, it's only like kind of valid for the first login, and the moment the user logs in for the first time, they have to change the password. So that's like a password reset. Logged out state is like, when the account has been logged out, so you cannot log into Okta now. Password expired is like, there is an organizational policy which says that, okay, your password would be expired within 60 days or 90 days or 30 days, whatever they, think about it. And eventually all the users who are going to be within the Okta are going to abide by that policy, whatever the organization has created. And if the, if for a particular user, the policy says that the password is already expired, in that scenario, the user has to change the password whenever they log in next. So that's what the password expired state is. Then we have a suspended state. So in this scenario, users cannot log into Okta and receive a message that they are indicating that they are suspended. It's blocked for apps that support SAML. So, basically in suspended state, it's more of like, you are using an inactive account, although it can be activated again. But like, you're temporarily inactive in an organization. That's where, your account gets suspended. Then deactivated is you have finally left the organization, or, you have completed your tenure with the organization. That's where your account is deactivated, and then finally deleted. So that's what we have about peoples in Okta, people here in Okta. And next we can, talk about a little bit of groups, whatever we have in Okta. So basically, to access the network-based service, including email, file service, and business applications, every user must be authenticated, and managing user access individually is time-consuming and inefficient. So basically, it's trying to say that, whatever applications we are going to integrate in Okta, we need to assign users to those applications. Now, you can do it either giving manually permissions to those users to those applications, or you could create a group, add all the users together, and finally assign that group to the application. So, second method what I've just discussed, that's like the best method to go ahead with. It's more efficient when compared to the latter one which we discussed, like giving individual permissions. So that's why, group creation actually helps us to simplify our process, and, it helps us in time consuming, and it just increases our efficiency. Groups are important tools for identity and management systems, and group data typically resides in a directory. Most application supports group either at the application level or within the application to specific resources. Now again, over here we'll see that, we have got different types of group in Okta. So before we connect to Okta to the applications or other resources, we can create groups in Okta, or, and, we have got one group that is everyone here in Okta. You could see that, if you go here and search for everyone, so whatever users are going to be on board to Okta or created an account in Okta, automatically all those users are going to be part of this everyone group. It's like a default group. You cannot go ahead and change or modify this group. Then you have AD groups. So like, any group coming from the application, that's like your AD group. Then you have LDAP groups. It's similar to what you have as the AD groups. And then you finally have the application groups. So like, they are pretty much similar to what we just discussed for the users. Like the only difference is they are users and now they are going to be groups. So, any group coming from Active Directory, they are your AD groups. Any group coming from your application, they are your app groups. Any group coming from your LDAP, that's your LDAP group. That's it. So, you're going to see different symbols for the groups being created in Okta. So, basically right now we just have all the Okta groups. We don't have anything else. So you just see only Okta group symbols over here. If in case you are going for an Active Directory, then in that scenario, you'll see something like this Windows symbol. If in case it's an application, you'll see something like an app symbol over there. So yeah, that's what the group in Okta is all about. If we talk about the group features, then you can only assign people to the Okta groups. So I've mentioned before, like same thing for Okta users. You can change their profile only for Okta users. You cannot do anything with the LDAP or AD or directly or application users. Same goes over here. You can only add people to Okta groups. You cannot add people to a directory, Active Directory, LDAP directory, or application group. If you need to add people, then they has to be done from that particular application where the group is created, and only Okta groups can be deleted. No other groups can be deleted within Okta. So, talking about different groups. So you have an Okta group. It's on Okta is on cloud. So, basically your browser or the client do an HTTPS to Okta. There are different groups being created for different teams. And finally, these groups are being assigned to different applications. And then these users do SAML secure web authentication or OIDC to land into these applications using single sign-on. Then if we talk about directory groups, again, you have a firewall over here. You again do an HTTPS to Okta, which is on cloud. Then, there is an integration of Okta with Active Directory. So basically there is SSL, that is encryption, and, secure socket layer or HTTPS, which actually helps you to, send the groups from Active Directory to Okta using TLS security layer. And once these groups are there, AD groups are there in Okta, then again, same process, you can log into any application using SAML secure web or OIDC, and you will be single sign on with the to these particular applications. Then same thing happens with the app groups. It's pretty much the same. Then, we have already mentioned that the different types of groups are Okta groups, directory groups, and the application groups. So Okta groups are basically those groups which are created in Okta, and the membership is being managed with Okta. And directory groups are those which are created and membership is managed within the directory itself. Application groups are created and managed in the application. Now, the next point is the member of Okta groups can be Okta directory or application master users. Now, this is an important point to understand, that anyone in the any user, any type of a user can be added to the Okta group, but the membership of directory would be only those users which are coming from Active Directory or LDAP directory. Same goes for the application as well. Directory groups are copied into Okta. Same application groups are also copied into Okta. And if a directory instance is deactivated or deleted, the associated group no longer remains active in Okta, or it doesn't appear in Okta. And same thing happens for the application as well. So that's what we have regarding the people in groups here in Okta. And there are certain advanced features like going how do we add people, how do we add using CSV, or there are some practicals, how can we add people using APIs, how can we create groups, how can we do group based parts, how can we write group based rules and stuff like that, which is all covered in the Okta advanced training. So for the fundamental parts, we have understood like what are the different types of groups and different types of people in Okta, and how do we manage. So basically what we have seen till now is like we have gone through Okta, and we have understood how do we add people in Okta, how do we manage groups in Okta, how do we add users in Okta, what are the different statuses that we have in Okta. And now the next thing that we are going to study, or we are going to look into, is the profile editor. So basically if I want to help you understand what a profile editor is all about, so basically first we need to understand the concepts of profiles what we have in Okta. So basically in Okta, we have different types of user profiles. So one is your Okta user and the other is the app user. So we have already seen this, that, there are three types of user in Okta. One is, one the created in Okta, one which is coming from the application, and the other is the one coming from the directory. So basically the one which is created in Okta, we call that user as an Okta user, and the one which is coming from the application, or which is, helping us to get the attributes of an application, that we call as the app user. So basically the universal directory uses the concept of profiles. It's a logical grouping of attributes to represent user accounts. In particular, universal directory supports two types of profile. One is Okta user profile and the other is the app user profile, which we just discussed right now. So these two profiles are, types which are used to store rich attributes in Okta. They also help us to move rich attributes from Okta to the third-party application, which we have already seen in case of doing SAML integrations or, OIDC integrations, wherein I have showed you that, when we have to pass user attributes from one place to another, we usually use the Okta attributes, or, Okta expression language, wherein, we are using Okta user profile to send, or to read attributes of the user and then sending it to the third party applications. So we use the profile editor to view or modify these profiles, and from where can we see that we have to go to the directory and then go to the profile editor. So here we are under directory, and if we go to the profile editor, that's where we land on into. And over here we can see that all types of applications which we have in our Okta. So basically we have like different types of applications which have been integrated in Okta, and out of all the applications, whatever the mappings we have in Okta, we could see in here. So
we have different types of mastered users or the groups. So basically these are the users which are being created and managed by that particular source. Next, we'll talk about the Okta user profile. So it's a logical representation of a user in Okta. The Okta user profile is comprised of two set of attributes. So basically one is the base attributes, and the other is the custom or the extensible attributes. So base attributes, you mean like ones which are already available from Okta. It's not something which you have created. It's something that that's already being provided by Okta itself. And then if in case those default attributes or the base attributes does not suffice your requirement, then Okta also provides the capability of creating or or developing or building your own attributes. So you get custom or extensible attributes. So by default, Okta has defined 31 base attributes for all users in an organization. So if I go to Okta application, we can see that this is the type of Okta, and this is like the base or the default profile which we have for all the users in the Okta organization. Over here you could see that we have got 31 attributes which are like base attributes. You could see the attribute type is base here. So all of these are base attributes being provided by Okta, and also you could see that this cross is disabled. We cannot do anything with these set of base attributes. But whenever you will see a custom attribute, you can just have a cross, or you can just cut those attributes. The simple reason being because these are custom attributes, and therefore you can add or delete or modify these attributes. But the base attributes, you cannot do anything with those attributes. So, these are attributes which cannot be modified or removed. There are two exceptions, that is first name and last name. These two attributes can be marked as required or optional from Okta mastered users only. So over here, you could see that, you've got first name and the last name. And if I click onto it, right, so I have the option of attribute required, yes or no. I can, select it. You could see, right, everything is disabled apart from these two things. And it goes the same for the last name as well if I click on it. But if in case I go ahead and click on any other attribute, this is also disabled for me. I cannot do anything over here. So basically I cannot make an attribute required or not required. But with first name and last name, based on the custom and based on the organization's requirement, we can make it mandatory or not mandatory as per the policy which has been defined by the organization. So that's how our attributes look like. So this is basically the older version or the older UI version of Okta, which this was the version it was used to look like. But now Okta has come up with the new version of the UI and UX changes they have done. So now this is the new version how it looks like. So, but yeah, I mean, like the concept or the logic still remains the same, exactly the same. In fact, whatever we have discussed, we still have the ability to define an attribute and check out what are all the base attributes being provided by Okta. Then what are the Okta data types? So there are 8 admissible data types which are being provided by Okta. So first of all, we have a string. It's a chain of 0 or more Unicode characters. So string is something which we all know, right? Like, basically it can comprise of your letters, digits, punctuation marks and stuff like that. So it's a chain of 0 or more Unicode characters. It could, include your alphanumeric characters and stuff like that. Anything which can, which you want to combine in can be considered as a string. So a number, it's a floating point decimal in Java 64-bit double format. It could also be your integer number, but by default we say it as a decimal number, and if we select decimal values as 0, then it becomes an integer value. So number and integer, they are kind of same data types. The only difference is one is like your decimal, which contains decimal numbers, which contains decimal, and the integer is the one which is like without decimals. Boolean, again, it's pretty much the same as what we have in Java. Like it stores the value as true and false. That are the only two values allowed in the Boolean data type. Then you have date. So date is an important data type because it allows you to kind of stores the calendar days and require the format of ISO 8601. So that's the format which is being generally used all across the environments and all across the world as well. So basically you can use this format for the date. Then you have the array of strings, which is a sequential collection of strings. Then you have array of numbers. Again, same thing. Just the difference is that it's a sequential collection of number, and same as array of integers. Again, same thing. Sequence of something. It's a collection of integers or numbers, or what is an array? Array is a collection of something in a sequential format. So that's what as the definition, or as the as the name suggests, that's what we have as the definition. Then we have the country code. So 2-character country code as it is listed. So you basically every country has a code, right? Like India has +91, then you have Australia has +64, then Pakistan has +92. So whatever is your country code, based on that you'll get the country code. So that's what, like it's a character which it's a data type which you can usually get from Okta. So these are all the different data types which we have in Okta. So basically what happens is, like, if you want to add a new attribute, so you can define what type of an attribute you require, and basically from here you can select the data type and define your attribute. Then we have just seen what an Okta user profile is. So we have understood that it allows us to send attribute values from Okta to the third-party applications. Now let's try to understand what is an app user profile. So an app user profile represents a user in a third-party application, directory, or identity provider. The app user profile lists the third-party attributes that Okta can read and write. This profile is used to control the attributes that Okta pushes to an app, or the attributes imported from an app into Okta. So basically it's like a an application user profile which is there in third-party application. Now this user profile is not there in Okta. This user profile is instead present in a third-party application. Now what is a third-party application? Any application integrated with Okta, we can refer to that application as a third-party application. Let's say that we have Salesforce integrated with Okta. So now the profile of a user within Salesforce application, we say that application as a third-party application. So now there could be a possibility that a user has its profile in Salesforce. So whatever attributes user is having inside Salesforce, we say that is their app user profile, because it's something, the schema or the attributes are being defined within the application. It's not defined within Okta application. That's why, and that's the basic difference between an Okta user profile or an app user profile. Okta also is an application, but Okta is not defining those attributes. If Okta is defining those attributes, if the discipline or the schema of the attributes is within Okta, then we say definitely it's an Okta user profile. But if the schema of the attributes is being present inside the application, we say it as the app user profile. It's similar to the Okta user profile. App profiles have both the base attributes and the custom attributes. Custom attributes for the app user profiles differ from those for Okta user profile. Whereas Okta user profiles can be extended with any custom attribute, app user profiles can only be extended with attributes from a predefined list that Okta dynamically generates. Okta generates the list of attributes by querying the third-party applications or directory for supported attribute. So basically what is going to happen is that Okta is going to read the third-party application. So it's going to query what are all the custom attributes being allowed in that application. So now every application is going to have a different schema, right? Every application cannot have a same schema. Like let's consider we have Salesforce application and we have PagerDuty application. So Salesforce application is going to have a different set of schema, whereas PagerDuty application is going to have a different set of schema. So now these two applications cannot have same set of schema, but how will Okta come to know, right? So Okta has to query these applications and it will come to know, okay, what are all these supported attributes in these applications. Let's say that Salesforce supports kind of 10 or to 15 custom attributes only, whereas PagerDuty supports 20 to 25 custom attributes. So Okta has to make that, has to have that understanding what are all the custom attributes being supported by the application, and accordingly it allows you to create the custom applications in Okta for that particular app user profile. So that's that's the basic difference between an Okta user profile and the app user profile. Now if I just have to give you a quick overview of how it looks like. So basically you can see that this is Okta. So this, you will just get to see just one application. These are all your applications. So these are all dummy applications which I've created. But if in case I go ahead and look into mappings, so these are all the attributes being sent from application to Okta. So, we can map anything. If in case the attribute exists inside Okta, inside that application, this Pranjal-Salesforce, if the application attribute exists, then I can, refer to that attribute, maybe like app.firstname. I'm mapping that app.firstname to my Okta username. And if in case the mapping has to be reversed, like if it is going from Okta to Pranjal Salesforce application, then I can just add attributes or do the mapping over here, and then finally save the mapping. So it allows us to do both kind of mappings, that is from app to Okta or Okta to app, and that depends on us. So you have apps, then you have directories. If in case you have different directories being integrated, like your Active Directory or the LDAP directory, then in that scenario you can have the mapping being done here. And also if you have identity providers, although 99% of the times you are going to see that Okta is going to act as your identity provider, but in some scenarios, like you might have maybe LinkedIn or maybe Google, who are being integrated with your Okta as the identity provider. In that scenario, Okta doesn't act as your identity provider. In fact, Okta acts as a service provider, leveraging you to helping you to leverage Okta services. Like, if in case some single sign-on application has been integrated with Okta, so now Okta is giving permission to the end user that you get authenticated via Google and you can leverage the application which I have under me. So, that's like Okta acting as a service provider instead of acting as the identity provider. So that's pretty much it about what we have under profile editor. Then, if in case we want to understand a little bit on mappings, so we have profile mappings, which allows the administrators to precisely control the attributes exchanged during the provisioning process. For a list of apps that integrate particularly well with Universal Directory, we have apps supporting profile mapping. The two chief use cases that Universal Directory facilitates are app to Okta and then Okta to app. Just now we saw that thing that we have application to Okta mapping and Okta to application mapping. In the very first case, we have application to Okta. Organizations typically use a source of truth app such as a directory or the human resources system, and some organizations might have several sources of truth. Mappings define how attributes from these various sources are imported into Okta user profile. So what are mappings, right? So mapping is something that you are telling, okay, I have this attribute value in this particular application, and I am mapping or sending this particular value to this particular attribute in your application. So, whenever there is a two-party or a two-way communication and information has to be exchanged, so there has to be some mapping, right? Like what information should be exchanged with what attribute in which application is something, we define under mappings. So that's what mapping helps you to do. So, if we talk about mappings app to Okta, so basically this is your application. These are your two different applications. And now, you are just mapping it to the Okta. So your first name and last name is coming from Active Directory. Your manager details or your boss information is coming from Workday. And finally, all of this information is being stored in Okta. So Okta acts as a single source of truth, and the mapping is from different applications. You can have reverse mapping, that is from Okta to app. In the second use case, organizations want to propagate the data in Okta to other applications to provision accounts and update accounts with rich data. This is possible if the Okta user profile has rich attributes and the app in Okta supports provisioning. So, now the concept of provisioning is very important. Why do we do this kind of a mapping is like, we are expecting that new users, whosoever are coming, they would be getting their attribute values from Okta. So now in order to create new users inside the application, we require that Okta should support provisioning for that application. Now, if Okta itself is not allowing is not allowing the creation of that new user, how will Okta send the attribute values for that new user, right? So that's why we have OIN connectors, wherein Okta, Okta actually supports the provisioning concept, wherein you have some OIN which we are going to discuss in our next session. But OIN is a Okta integration network, and these are like having default provisioning connectors available. You can still have, in case like the default connector doesn't support, you can still go ahead with the skim provisioning. If you are doing a SAML integration, if you are doing OIDC, then we cannot do provisioning in Okta. Okta doesn't support any provisioning for OIDC app. But if in case you are doing SAML integration, in those scenario, you can do skin provisioning even if you have done a custom integration. So Okta should support provisioning. If Okta is supporting provisioning, then in that scenario, Okta to application mapping makes sense. So, Okta would be sending some last name attribute value, first name attribute value, boss value, and that and all would be finally be created inside the application with the same value which Okta is sending. So, that mapping makes sense. We have little bit discussed about this using expressions. Now we'll discuss a little bit more about what do we have expressions. I have told you that we use expressions in order to send data, and whenever we are using Okta user profile, in those scenarios we usually use expressions. So expressions within the mapping lets you modify attributes before they are stored in Okta or sent to apps. They allow you to concatenate attributes, manipulate string, convert data types, and many more things. Okta supports a subset of the Spring expression language function. So basically what does it mean is that, if I just go to the if I just go to the application where we were, trying to send certain attributes in Okta, right? This was the place wherein, we were trying to send certain attributes. Now, one of the best example to see is this particular attribute only. Over here, we are trying to concatenate two different strings. We don't have any attribute in Okta which directly gives us the full name, but we have attributes in Okta which gives individually the first name and individually the last name. And as per the logic says, we just need to combine these two names to get the full name. So all of these data transformation and stuff can be done through Okta expression language. Let's suppose that you have an email ID like test@abc.com, but you just require to extract something just before whatever string value you have before you just require that. You don't want the value to be returned after in your email ID. So you can do all those data transformations, and basically it is using Java Spring language. So all the substring function, concatenate function, or trim functions, whatever we have these functions in Java, all of those will work over here. So while some functions work in other areas of the product, so all the functions do not do. Like I just mentioned that some of them should work, but all of them will not work. Like substring works, then concatenate works, then trim works, but like all of them doesn't work. Like if you think like let's go ahead and put some for else and if else, for switch do while, all of these functions doesn't work. So expressions are useful for maintaining data integrity and formats across apps. For example, you might wish to use an email prefix as a username, but replace an email suffix or populate attributes based on a combination of existing ones. So this is your display name. Let's suppose you want to display it in like the last name comma first name. So you can definitely do it via this expression language. So, and the other thing we just discussed right now, like if in case you have an email and you want something only to be extracted before @, so you can do it using expression languages. So all of this, whatever we see here, this is all in expression language, like source.first name, user.last name, and stuff like that. So that's what we understood over here, and that's what we have under directory sections. We also have a self-registration or a self-service registration tab over here, which just allows you to like show you that whenever you try to do a registration, you will be able to see these attributes over here, and what will happen post registration. So whenever a new user gets into Okta, so they will be having these set of attributes which they have to fill in, and basically once they register on the form, they would be asked to verify their email address, and finally they will be redirected to the Okta user dashboard. So that's something that we can manage it from the self-service registration of new users coming into Okta. Also, we have a directory integration tab. Although it is usually covered in the advanced training of Okta, But if I just have to brief you, right, like many a times in this fundamental course also, I have mentioned that, when directories are integrated, when Active Directory is integrated or LDAP directory is integrated, from where are those directories getting integrated? This is the place to, integrate a directory in Okta. So if in case you have an Active Directory, external Microsoft Windows Active Directory, and you want to integrate that, so, you go here and, you have two options to integrate. You can do an Active Directory integration or an LDAP directory integration. So, basically once your directory is integrated, and whatever groups or OUs you are sending from your directory to the application, which we have the option to select from Okta itself, once the directory is integrated, you get all the users, whatever you have in Active Directory. And, this is like one of the major things done in most of the organization, because 99% of the organizations have Active Directory or the LDAP directories, and if they have Okta environment, so definitely, they go ahead and do integrations with those directories. And this is a very important topic being asked in many interviews, like, based on directory integrations, if somebody has performed. So this is basically covered in our advanced course of Okta. But just to give an overview of what directory integrations is, so it just allows you to import people from different or existing sources, which are, there in the environment, but not in Okta. So you just need to integrate with Okta in order to get all those people. Then finally, you have profile sources. Currently, since we don't have any directory integrated, hence we do not see anything over here. But if in case we have, more than one Active Directory, or more than one LDAP directory, or multiple Active Directory or multiple LDAP directories being integrated, then we would be able to see all those Active Directories or LDAP directories over here. And then we can define the order of those directories, like, which directory should be given the preference, or, or what should be the profile source. So it's kind of a profile master. It's an application that acts as a source of truth for user profile attributes. User can only be sourced by a single application or a directory at a time. And the priority determines which application or directory is considered the profile source for a user who is assigned to multiple profile applications or directories. So let's suppose there is a user who has been tagged or assigned to multiple directories, and which directory is going to define the attribute, or which directory would master, or, would be the first source of would be the profile master of that particular user. So based on the priority, whichever directory is on the top, that directory would be, actually defining the attribute of the user. So that's what, the profile sources are all about. Currently, we don't have any profile sources in the environment, hence we do not say it. But once we integrate different directories in our system, we would be able to see them, and then, accordingly we can just change the position of those attributes. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. And we'll just cover this particular thing in this particular class. So, we have covered what directory is all about. We have understood people and groups. Now we have understood the profile editor, directory integration, self-service, and profile sources. Next, we are, going to talk mostly under the security tab. This is again a very important tab. So I'll try to, cover most of the fundamental parts on the security tab, and then we'll take it from there.
So basically, what we have covered till now is, like, we have seen this directory tab. We worked around, or, we have seen a little bit of how do we add people in Okta, or, what are the different ways to add people in Okta. Then we also saw that what are the different groups which we can have in Okta, like the Active Directory groups, application groups, Okta groups. We went through the profile editor, understanding what is the meaning of profile editor and why do we require it in Okta. Then directory integrations was one of the most important topics, which I mentioned last time, that it's been asked in interviews a lot. So this was one thing which we haven't seen it practically, but like fundamentally we have understood that, what are directory integrations, and what is the purpose of doing directory integrations. Then we also saw the self-service registration page, wherein, we have a little bit of knowledge of, why do we require it when new users are onboarded to Okta. Then what configurational changes we can do from this particular self-registration page. And then we finally went through the profile sources, wherein we saw that if we have different applications or different directories integrated with Okta, in that scenario, we can, see those directories or different apps in the profile sources. From wherever the profile we are receiving the profile, we can see them in the profile sources. And also we can decide the priority of these profile resources. So that's what we had under the directory tab. So this is one of the more this is like one of the important tabs under Okta which we should understand. And then another second, I mean, this is the most important tab, to be honest, which we have under the admin console, that is security tab. I mean, dashboards and customizations are something they are like, they are being like customization, especially is being newly introduced by Okta. So basically, it is not covered a lot under fundamentally because like, a lot of customizations are required sometimes on the Okta training. So we can go through the customizations tab, but from fundamental point of view it's not very important, but from advanced Okta training point of view, yes, it is important. So we'll, although we'll start with the security tab today, and once we are covered with this topic, we'll go through this customization tabs and short, and we'll see that what are the different types of customizations which Okta allows us to do. But for the time being, we'll stick ourselves to the security tab. So under security, we can see, right, that we have many other topics or many other subtopics, we could say. So under security, we have a general, we have health insights, then authentication, multi-factor, identity provider, delegated authentication, networks, behavior detection, administrator, API and API tokens. So one by one, we'll go through each one of them. There would be a little bit of theoretical part. There little bit of, I'll use the Okta environment itself to help you explain. So we'll start off with the very first topic, that is the general. So as I've opened the general tab, so you could see that there are some general configuration settings which you can configure in Okta, which includes like some if you want to have new sign-on notification email. So like whenever a user is getting into the is getting onboarded in Okta, do you want the end users to be notified with an email? If yes, then make it enabled. If no, then make it disabled. Then if users are changing their passwords or stuff like that, then they should be triggered with an email. So I have kept it disabled, but most of the times you will see that this is enabled for most of the organizations. Then MFA enrolled notification email is disabled or not. So when a person is getting enrolled for an MFA, whether the person should be sent a notification email or not. Reset notification email when the MFA is being reset again, then at that point of time whether the user should be sent with a notification email or not. Then report suspicious activity via email. So there are a lot of time that for a particular user in Okta, because Okta uses a little bit of intelligence on the system to identify which user is kind of a suspicious user and which is a legitimate user. Now think of a scenario wherein you have a user ID and password, but you yourself is not trying to log into the environment, but instead someone else is trying to log in with your ID and he or she doesn't know your password. He or she knows your username but doesn't know your password. So at that point of time, that user might be, that hacker or, that malicious or the suspicious person could be again and again trying with different sets of passwords. He might think you have it. And, at that point of time, Okta would actually identify whether this is a suspicious user or not. So at that point of time, if there are a lot of unsuccessful login attempts, so Okta would automatically, send those emails to the end user saying that, someone is trying to get into the system. Is it you or not? So something like that. So this allows the users to report activities they do not recognize from email notifications. So generally, this is enabled in all the organizations. Then from an organization perspective, we have like remember me checkbox on sign in. So basically, like if you are trying to log into Okta using your normal browser, I mean normal browser window, not in incognito, not a private window, but just a normal window. So in that scenario, you get an option to like remember me. So basically, if you checkbox that thing, so the browser saves, or your account gets saves in the browser cache, and basically next time when you log into the environment, you don't have to log in again. Instead, because you have a session already created with browser, it will automatically log you in the normal windows. This will not happen in incognito windows, but with normal windows, yes, it will happen. So basically, we can make it disabled, although because it's never a good practice to go ahead and enable it, because users are usually, they don't want to enter their username and password again and again, which is not a good practice, to be honest. Because like if you have your browser session always there, and you don't have to log in that scenario. It's a little bit of it's a little bit of security breach. The simple reason being, because if your system is hacked, your all the applications with which your browser is logged in, that is also hacked. So that's definitely not supportive and not recommended at all. Then activation emails are valid for 7 days. Basically, whenever you get the activation emails, right? Like for example, you are whenever a user is onboarded to Okta, from an admin perspective, we trigger the activation emails to the user in order to set their password, and in order to reset their password. So those activation emails are being valid for 7 days. We can make it to 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hours, 8 hours, one day. And these are all the drop down options which we have. We cannot customize it. As you can see that there is no option I can add it on my own. Like if I want it to be maybe at 16 hours, it doesn't allow me that. Either I can have 8 hours or one day. So basically whatever options Okta gives, we can have that. I can make it valid for 30 days. I can change it, but I cannot add my own option. So that's a limitation which Okta comes up with, but that's fine. Like, they are still giving us a lot of options which, we can pick and choose and accordingly decide what our organization wants to have this policy for. Then enforce device binding for creating sessions. So basically this is again a same thing, like, so you can have the device bindings for creating the sessions. And what this actually means is that, for example, you are being logged in with a particular device. You have a particular laptop and you are being logged in with that laptop, so you don't have to log in again and again. So this is something like, I mentioned above, like the browser cache, because you have logged in with that browser with your certain ID, maybe your work ID or something, and now you have a session created. You don't have to log in again and again. So same thing happens, like, if you're logged in with a device, maybe if you're logged in with your phone, so you don't have to log in again and again, right? Like device binding is there for all the applications like Facebook, Instagram. You are not logging into these applications every day, right? You have a device and from which there is an application you have installed, you have logged in once, and now you are logged in forever. So that's what happens. Like, you can have device binding for creating sessions, but that's again not a recommended approach with Okta, because Okta is mostly used on the web versions. Instead, it is not, like you won't see much use of Okta on your mobile phones. So basically anything on web, it's not recommended that you create sessions, or you have that cache stored in your browser which has a lot of confidential data. So yeah, that's like now we have Okta Mobile. So basically, it's pretty much talking about the Okta device or the Okta application on the phone. So basically, you have a sign-on feature in which you can ask for PIN, whether a user is inactive for 10 minutes, PIN expires or not. You can choose after how much time the PIN would expire and all and all. And you have Okta extension for iOS app, so it allows the app extension for iOS Safari to sign on to the SAML apps. So basically Safari is a iOS browser, that's why we have this extension. And then you have Okta threat insight settings. So basically authentication requests from IPs exhibiting suspicious behavior that suggests malicious activity can be logged in the system log. They can be rate limited or blocked based on threat level. And whenever we can over here choose if in case there is any threat activity being discovered by Okta or being detected by Okta, what do we have to do? Either we don't have to take any action, or we log in authentication attempts on the malicious IP, and basically, or we have the option to log in and enforce security based on threat level. And then we have zones, which we are going to cover when we talk about the networks over here. But zones are specific places wherein regional places which are being divided or segregated all over the world in order to understand what are the IPs belonging to that particular region. So you can exempt zones from here. So these are some of the general settings which we have under Okta or under security tab of Okta. Next, we'll quickly go through the health insights once. We'll see what does this health insights helps us to understand, or helps us in Okta from security point of view. So basically, in Health Insights, you'll see a lot of incomplete, then you'll see complete, and then finally dismissed. So over here, you'll see that one of the security impacts, which is critical, is that, it's saying that you have more than 75% admin who have super admin privileges. Now, if I go to admin, right, so I could see that, I have a lot of admins, which are, super admins. You can see all of them are in fact super admins. So that's never a good practice actually. We should have limited number of people as the super admin, because right now what this organization have is like, if it has around 20 people, out of those 10 or 15 people are super admin. Now to manage 20 users, we don't require 15 super admins. Okay, we just require maybe one or two super admin users to manage all those 20. And if you're talking about large organizations with around, like, 1 lakh of users, in those scenarios we require a team of super admin users, which could be, somewhere around 5 to 7 or 7 to 10, not more than, 10 to 15 super admin users. But right now I'm having more than 75% of my users who are super admin. So like, if in case I have 20 users, so that means at least 15 or more users are super admin users, which is definitely, not recommended at all. So that's why this is a critical, security impact. The reason being because now, anyone in your organization, suppose I have an organization with 20 people in my organization, and if I give everyone the super admin privileges, so anyone can do anything. Like, then why do we have a different level of roles, or permissions or administrative rights, when everyone is to get the highest level of privileges? So that's why, like, people should be given access as per their role, or as per their job profile, but they shouldn't be given the complete level of access when they're not responsible for doing that. I mean, like, there could be many people here in Okta which does not require to have complete super admin privileges. So we do not need to give them. We can just create them a simple end users. Give the, if even if they require something based on their role and stuff, so we can create a custom role based on their role. If they're an application admin, we can make them an app admin. If they are a group admin, we can make them a group admin and stuff like that. Then threat insights is not enabled to block suspicious IPs. So basically we haven't enabled the threat insights over here in Okta in order to block the suspicious IPs, which is again a kind of a security risk, and that's why it shows us critical. Then we have password change notifications we have disabled. So these are all incomplete health insights. Okta is kind of going to show you what are all the things which you should do in order to make your environment more securable. But if in case you don't want to follow it, then it's your wish, then it comes as an incompleted task. But if in case you feel that no, this should be done, then I can just go over here, and maybe let's keep this as enabled and then save it. And now let's go back to the health insights. So you'll see that particular factor which was coming is gone, and now this has become from 43% to 50%. So as an Okta developer or as an Okta administrator especially, you should see all these recommendations which Okta is giving. It's part of a live audit being done by Okta. It's reading your environment on that particular moment, and it is suggesting you what changes you should do in order to make it more secure. So you should definitely follow the changes or the recommendations being provided by Okta under health insights. And if in case you feel that this, like for example, but I have an organizational policy in which I have 20 members, but out of those 15 has to be super admins, and I cannot do anything. So I can just leave it. Then in that scenario, I don't have to take an action. It's not necessary that I have to take an action on every recommendation being provided by Okta, but it's always a good practice to take an action on the recommendations provided by Okta. So basically, whatever the other recommendations, we should just go through it, and what are the completed recommendations we have done, or what are all the dismissed, you can just maybe dismiss some of the recommendations. Suppose, and this is the one I feel that I am not never going to change, so I can just go ahead and dismiss it. So basically my task is completed now. So my percentage is increasing, and now this would be coming under the dismiss task. I can if in case like later on I change my mind that I know I can go ahead and make this recommendation work out. In that scenario, I'll just undo it. But Otherwise, I can just dismiss all of them. And if in case I just dismiss all of them, my, percentage would just keep on increasing. So, you'll see that now it's 78 and then finally it will be 100%. So basically, I have dismissed a lot of tasks and that's why I don't see anything. But that's like, something based on your requirement, based on your organizational policies, you have to decide what action you have to take upon it. So that's pretty much your, health insight feature under security tab. And next we have the authentication tab. And this is again a very important, tab for us to understand. A lot of authentication policies are being written in Okta under authentication tab. So it's important for us to understand what does this tab means and, how do we play around with this tab. So you'll see that, you have authentication over here, and, you have the ability to create on, add a new password policy. Now, why do we require this? Why do we require this tab? So, and when do we, have this tab active? So basically, whenever the users are getting logged into Okta, right? Whenever a user is trying to get into Okta, at that point of time, when the user enters the credentials, that is their username and password, and when they click on submit, that's when this, authentication tab in Okta comes into picture, or, active. So whatever you write over here, that will be implemented at that point of time. The event would be when you are, kind of entering your credentials and hitting on enter. That at that point of time, these policies or, these rules would be triggered. So under authentication, we have got a couple of, categories. One is the password and the other is the sign on. So basically, because we are talking about Okta, right? And if you're talking about security, so password is one of the most important things for us to, help us save from security point of view. Any hacker, any hacker trying to get into your account, they require a password. Not just password today now, because we have multi-factors of authentication, like 2-level, 3-level. So they might require other things as well. But the very first factor for every organization, for every account you have or any application, it requires a password, right? So it's very, a very basic and a very important thing for us to understand, what level of password or what complexity of password we should have in order to, get ourselves safe from all these outside world attacks. So basically, if I come over here, I have the option of password and a sign on. I have the option to, add a new password policy. Under password policy, you could see that, you have password settings, wherein, you could say that the minimum length of my password has to be whatever, the number of characters you decide. I decide it's 10. Then, whether it has to have a lowercase, it has to have an uppercase, a number, a symbol. It should not contain your first name, it should not contain your last name, it should not contain your username. And then restrict use of common password like test@123, your maybe your name @123, or maybe password @123, something like that. So these are all very common passwords being used by many of the users, and hackers can easily guess these passwords and get into the system. So we don't have to use these common passwords. Even if we are using it, Okta has its own list. Okta will check or query that list if the password which has been entered by the user is something which is a common password. If it is, then it will not allow you if you will check this box. Then a minimum password age is like, you can decide how many days minimum password age is. Then password expires after how many days, and then you can just prompt the user before some particular days that your password is going to expire, so that the user can change it on time. Then after unsuccessful login, the malicious activity I was talking about, right? Like you have the username but you don't know the password, so you're again and again trying to enter into your system with some nonsense password which is not the correct one. So in that scenario, we can write a password policies that if there has been already more than 10 unsuccessful attempts, just lock the account. Don't allow the user. Now, don't allow the actual user as well to get into the system, because system doesn't know whether it's an actual user or a hacker. So the account would be that has to be unlocked by the administrator. But like if someone has already given 10 attempts and they all have been unsuccessful, then that means account has to be locked. And it happens with everywhere. If you go to SBI website, over there also you get an option to just put your credential 3 times. 4th time you put it incorrect, your account is locked. And even on iPhones, like, again and again, you're trying to enter your face ID, I mean your passcode, which is not correct, and maybe 5 or 10 times, then your account is locked for like 15 minutes. You cannot use the system then. So that, that's like a general policy being implemented everywhere you'll see, and Okta also allows all these general policies. Then account is automatically unlocked. If the account is locked, we can decide, like, for SBI, it's like the account is unlocked after 1 day. For iPhone, it's like after 15 minutes it will be unlocked. So basically we can decide when the account should be unlocked, and show lockout failures and send lockout emails to the user. So basically once their account is locked, we can just send them the emails. Then there is account recovery option also. For example, you have forgotten your password, so now how do you get back into your account? So you have the option either to go through it by an email or through SMS also. If I check this SMS, then you have the option to go through it by SMS also, and we can just have those emails or SMS being sent valid for like 1 hour, or if in case we want to increase, we can do that. And password recovery question complexity is 4 character. So basically, whatever are the recovery questions that you have said, that has to have minimum 4 characters to it. If in case they don't have it, you won't allow it. So we can just go ahead and create a policy. Once we create a policy, we could see that something like this. We have got some test password policies. So you could see that there are being policies being created over here. Now you can just go ahead and activate the policy, or deactivate the policy, or edit the policy if you have already created. So basically, this is how you create a password policy here in Okta. And the other important thing which you could see is, like, you have numbers over here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means, like, number 1 is like the highest priority. This would be the very first policy that would be implemented whenever we are talking about the authentication tabs and all. And also we'll understand to which set of users this is going to be implemented. So basically this is being assigned to the admin group. Now a user who is part of this admin group, so this would be the first policy that would be implemented for them. If the user is part of other groups as well, and if the user is not part of this group and some other group, then this policy would be implemented. But you'll see that both of them are having the same assigned to group. So if the person is a part of this group, so definitely this policy would be implemented, and then this policy would be implemented, and then this policy. Now if someone who is a part of everyone group but not a part of admin group, so in that scenario, policy 3, or this test password policy would be implemented on them, because the very first two, they are not the audience for whom we want to apply this policy. So that's a very good feature which we have. Like, we could have different password policies being kept for different people. Like for end users, we could have some set of policies. For admins, we could have different. For finance, because it's like a lot of confidential or restricted information over there, we could have a different set of policy for finance team and all. So basically, based on different teams or the groups, we can have different policies, password policies created. So that's how we create a password policy. Now we'll move on to the sign-on policy. So basically, sign-on policies, again, if I just go ahead and see it, so I can just go ahead and decide what would be my policy name and to which set of people it will be assigned. So, like, I have created 2 policies, 1 policy. If I don't create anything, so I by default I have a policy created by Okta itself. If in create I create something, then in I can decide to whom it has to be applied. So right now I've kept it as everyone. I can kept it as admin group or anything, like I can just update the policy. So now this set of policy will only be applied to the people who are present in this group. Now once I create a policy over here, I have to add a rule. Until unless I don't add a rule, that policy doesn't make any sense, because eventually what this policy is going to do is something you will define in a rule. So you can have multiple rules for a single policy. It's not necessary that you can have just one rule. That's why we have this hierarchy, that you create a policy and then you assign a rule to it. So you could see that you have a rule name. You can decide what if you want to exclude certain users from this particular rule, and if you can check, you can see that if a user's IP is somewhere in zone, not in zone, anywhere, and authenticate via like something, then we can select the behavior, the risk type, then access is allowed or not, and then prompt for MFA and stuff like that. So maybe if in case I say loud and then prompt for MFA. So like now MFA would be prompted. Now you can say that it's per device every time, or per session. Then if it is a per session, you need to give them what is the factor lifetime, how much time after the session expires, and then you can finally create a rule. So there are different set of rules being created over here, and once these policies are being created, at that point of time you could see that whenever the user is trying to get into it, these policies are being implemented. At that point of time these policies run, and whatever you have written over here, that would make sense to the end user. So that's what you have under authentication policies. Next we'll see, we'll go through multi-factor ones. So we'll see what are the different Okta MFA support provided. So we have Okta Verify, we have authentication SMS, or we could directly see from here as well. So we have Okta Verify, we have SMS authentication, we have Google authentication, FIDO2 web authentication, Symantec VIP on-premise, MFA, RSA secure ID, and email authentication. So out of these, whatever you see as green text, so these are being already configured here in our environment. That doesn't mean that these cannot be configured. We can configure all these as well, but like in our test environment, we don't have the ability to do that. Like on-premise MFA means that you require a chip or certain thing which you'll be entering in your system, and then only you'll be able to do it. So we cannot go ahead and activate this. I mean, we can activate it, but like this will not make any sense for us. So even if I'm trying to activate, this is not getting activated, then all these things actually require. So this is activated now. Symantec. We require, users must install VIP access app on their mobile phone. So this is a requirement for it. Again, we can activate FIDO2. This is not possible because like this is an on-premise thing, so that's why it's not possible. We can also not activate the RSA secure ID. So yeah, so basically we can activate all these factors, and now since once these factors are kind of configured, you can add multi-factor policies over here, same as that you have configured authentication policy. You'll first create an MFA policies, and then you will create a rule in order to create an MFA policy. So now we'll understand, we have gone through the multi-factors. Now we'll see the identity providers. So basically we have, we have this concept of adding identity providers here in Okta. Now, why do we add identity providers is because that, if in case you 99% of the times you will see that, Okta would be acting as your identity provider. Because, Okta would be the one holding all the identities with it. Coming from different applications or directories, or the users being created in Okta directly itself. But sometimes it's required that you want to add different, like maybe social platforms as your identity provider, and you want to leverage the services of Okta. Like when I say leverage the services, so there could be a possibility that you have an application integrated with Okta, and now you want to go to that application using, maybe you want to like log into Gmail and then directly use that application which is integrated with Okta. In that scenario, you have to bring in Gmail or Google as your identity provider in Okta. So now if I go ahead and add identity provider, I could see the list of all those applications which are being supported as an identity provider with Okta. I can add any of these identity providers with Okta. I could see that oh, so basically I could see that I have different set of applications which are being providing me IDP. So I can add Amazon IDP, Apple IDP, Discord IDP, Facebook IDP, GitHub, GitLab, Google IDP, LinkedIn IDP, Microsoft, OpenID Connect, PayPal, SAML 2.0, Salesforce, Spotify, Zero, and Yahoo Japan IDP. So these are all these set of applications or the identity providers with which I can go ahead and configure in my system. If I just choose with Google, so there are a certain settings which I have to perform in order to set this identity provider with Google, which is covered obviously under advanced section. We do not cover identity providers under fundamental section, but Basically, the concept of identity provider is that, now your Google, if you added Google as your identity provider, so basically Google is going to, authenticate the identity, checking its own database. And if Google says yes, that it's a legitimate user, allow this user, we are going to directly use Okta's services. I mean that Okta's applications which are integrated, and we'll directly land into Okta, and we'll just move to those, or we redirect to those applications to which we want to get into. So it's a practical lab which which we have it covered in our advanced section, but for the time being we'll understand that the identity providers is something in which your Okta is going to act as the service provider, and the third party identity provider which you are configuring is going to act as your identity provider. So you also have routing rules over here which you can add, and which you can definitely support. I mean, you can add a routing rule over here. There's a default rule created. So you can see that if there is a user's IP is coming from anywhere and the device platform is any device, I can go ahead and choose the devices like iOS or Android. But right now I'm saying if it's an any device and the user is accessing any application and user matches anything, then use this identity provider, which is Okta. And over here we already have that one identity provider, which is this particular developer registration SSO. This is an Okta IDP, and that's how Okta uses. That's how Okta becomes an IDP everywhere right now. But like if I add my own identity provider, in that scenario I can create a rule in which I could say that basically if in case like user's IP is coming anywhere and user matches this application, then use this identity provider, which would be something else which I have added as an identity provider. So that's basically your identity providers here under the security tab. Next we have the delegated authentication. So basically delegated authentication is usually same concept which we have discovered or which we have discussed under directory integration tabs. We require delegated authentication is because what is delegation? Delegation is basically distributing your responsibilities, or segregating your work into different halves. So basically, like if in case like Okta is integrated with Active Directory and there is an AD delegation being provided, so we discussed the concept of JIT, that is just-in-time provisioning. In that scenario, delegation comes in very handy, where Okta tells Active Directory or the LDAP directory that you go ahead and authenticate the identities based on your database. So that's what delegated authentication is all about. We have already discussed the same. Like now if we want to configure an Active Directory, I just go land onto that same directory integration tab we could see here, right? So it's exactly the same what we have discussed before. So there is nothing much to delegate authentication. Next we have the network zones. So basically I'll use a little bit of theoretical session to understand what are network zones. So basically we have the network zone is the security parameters used to limit or restrict access to a network based on a single IP address, one or more IP address range, or a list of geolocations. Network zones are defined and maintained by admins who wish to improve and strengthen network security for their organization and users. To access network zone, navigate to security and networks from the admin console. So basically, if I go here, I'm into security, and then I can just go to network. So basically, what is a zone? It's a security parameter used to limit or restrict access to a network based on a single IP address or more IP addresses, or a list of geolocations. So based on like IP address or geolocations, I can restrict a zone or a region wherein access will be only provided to that particular zone. So they are being defined and maintained by admins who wish to improve and strengthen the network security for their organization and users. Network zone consists of two types of zones. One are the IP zones and the other are the dynamic zones. Network zones may be incorporated into policies, application sign-on rules, VPN notifications, and integrated Windows authentication. Policies and rules are updated automatically when a zone definition is modified, and there may be 100 zones which may be configured in Okta. So there can be up to 100 zones you can configure different types of zones in Okta. Each zone may contain 150 gateway IPs and 150 proxy IPs. So basically over here, if I come, you can add two types of zone. One is the IP zone and the other is the dynamic zone. And under this, you have the gateway IP and the proxy IP. So you can add up to 150 gateway IPs and 150 proxy IPs. So yeah. And IP blacklist zone may contain up to 1,000 gateways per zone and up to a total of 25,000 per organization. So basically, we discuss about two types of zones. So one is the IP zone. It is a type of zone where the network parameter is defined by the IPs, and the dynamic zone is the type of zone where the network parameter is defined by either the IP or the geolocation. So that's how we define the zones. Then we have the dynamic zone. So under dynamic zone, we can either define the geolocation for a dynamic zone. If the geolocation for the network zone feature is enabled, we can use the geographical specifications when configuring the zone. So if in case I go ahead and want to configure the zone, so I can based on the locations, maybe I want to do it for India, I can add it, and then under India I can decide which state, maybe Telangana, or maybe I can decide, okay, which state, Uttarakhand, anything, I can just add these over here. Then then we have autonomous system numbers for a dynamic zone. They are used to uniquely identify each network on the internet. ISPs, which is identity service internet service providers, can apply to obtain one or more ASNs assigned to them. While in ISP, same name can change, their assigned ASN is reserved and immutable. So we have autonomous system numbers for a dynamic zone, which are used to uniquely identify each network on the internet. So there could be many internet networks on the internet with certain names and some unique ID, which will help them identify which network it is. So these numbers actually helps us to from these numbers actually helps us to identify from which network they are coming on internet. So even if the name changes, ASN doesn't change. So we kind of have internet service provider can have their name change, but they won't have their ASN change. That is your autonomous system number. This feature enables ASNs for dynamic zone configurations. Once configured, a dynamic zone with ASNs may then be included as part of sign-on policies, MFA policies, app sign-on policies, app VPN notification settings, or IDP routing rules. So whatever we have seen till now, right, like MFA policies, authentication policies, application policies, routing rules, and identity provider, all of it can be, we can use these ASNs over there as well to write different types of policies. Then define IP types for their dynamic zone. The IP type setting checks and determines if a client uses a proxy and the type of proxy is one if one is identified. The following settings are available to define an IP for a dynamic zone. We can use any proxy. We can use Tor anonymizer proxy and not Tor anonymizer proxy. So basically, any means you can ignore all the proxy types. If selected, at least one of the following must be defined. That is your location, ISP, ASNs. Then any proxy considers clients that uses a Tor anonymizer proxy or a non-Tor anonymizer proxy type. Tor anonymizer proxy will only consider those clients which uses it, and non-Tor will only consider those clients which doesn't use that. So that's pretty much it about our network, network zones. It's again, something to see on more on practical, but fundamentally we have covered what all theory part we have under network zones. We can, see a little bit of practical thing of what we have just seen, or what we have just discussed till now in our advanced training. Then next thing which we have is the behavior detection. Now this is again, a very important thing in Okta for us to understand. There are different types of behaviors which can be detected in Okta based on, different factors. You have location, IP, device, and velocity, with which, you can define a behavior of an individual or a person. And, based on this behavior, there are basically actions being taken in Okta. So, you can, write a behavior detection or add a behavior detection, and you could see there are certain behavior detections being added over here, wherein you have given a name to it, you have decided what type of behavior it is, and eventually that you have kind of written a policy or a rule that if the location granularity is city, then evaluate against the NT authentication, which means that uh, basically if the city of the user is getting changed again and again, maybe like within 20 authentication the city has changed, so automatically the behavior of that user would be detected in Okta and it would take an action upon it. So if the country is getting changed of the user, like today I'm in US, then next day I'm in India, then third day I'm in Pakistan, somewhere in Nepal, So that behavior would be detected by Okta, and it would be, if in case Okta feels that this is a malicious or a suspicious behavior, in that scenario, actions would be taken. So that's what hackers do. Like, they'll see that they are currently sitting in South Africa, and once someone is trying to track them, their IP range changes from South Africa to New York, from New York to Japan, Japan to China. That's how they keep on fluctuating their IP range, and they keep on making a fool of the person who is trying to track them. So that's why Okta has this behavior detection, in which whenever the location, or the device, or the city, or a velocity is changing, Okta will detect that behavior, and it will automatically take action upon it. And also you could see that we can define the set of authentications, like the number of authentications at which they would be making Okta would be taking an action on. So basically, if in case I am in a new geolocation, which means that my latitude and longitude should have a distance of at least 20 kilometers. So in that state, I would say that I would consider that as a new geolocation. But I could still go ahead and change that, like from 20 kilometers to maybe 100 kilometers, or to 1000 kilometers. That is something based on the organizational policy. But the important thing for us to understand is that we should add the behaviors over here in order for Okta to understand whether it's a malicious user or not a malicious user. So that's all what we have under behavior detection. Next, we have the administrators tab. So under administrators, we have different types of administrators. We have the option to add administrators, and also I have one PPT slide wherein we can see what are the different types of administrators. So we have a super admin administrator, which has the highest level of privileges in Okta. It has got all the task and permission sets in Okta. Then we have an org admin who can do most of the things being done by the super admin, but they can perform most of the org wide settings, can perform all the management tasks for users, groups, and mobile policies and devices. They cannot perform any application management tasks. So that's the difference between a super and an org. An org admin is the second highest level of privileges we have in Okta. Then you can have a user admin who can create and add users, deactivate users, reset passwords. They can also be used to restrict their tasks to a selected group or groups of Okta users. Then you have app users admin, then who can run reports and manage profile information. They can also view users and groups but not modify either, and they can manage information on applications to which they are assigned access. Then you have read-only users, which can only review and view the reports. They can just view users, groups, and apps, but cannot modify any settings. They can view but not modify organizational settings. And then finally, you have mobile access, mobile admin access, who has full access to the mobile related permission sets and has limited access on non-mobile related permission sets. So that's like your different administrator roles which we have in Okta. Then finally, you have this API and API token. This is actually one tab only. If you'll see that we are getting to API only. So this is kind of a single tab only over here in API. Over here in API, you'll have authorization server, which is important if you're talking about an OIDC app. And then API tokens are required for you to automate a lot of things in Okta. Like you are being adding the users manually, or you are integrating applications manually, or you are creating MFA policies manually. Whatever we see on the admin UI, right, that can all everything can be done in Okta using an API. And for us to do through an API, we require an API token. So whenever like I can go ahead and create a test token. Once this is created, I can only view it once, so I have to copy it and okay, got it. And this would see that this would show me who has created the token, by what level of privileges that user has, and when this would expire and stuff like that. If I do not use this token for the next 30 days, automatically this token would be expired. That's why you'll see a different, it says that expires on June 14. So basically, whenever I'll create it after 30 days, this would be expired. So that's kind of a token, and it's required because we have to whenever we are making use of Okta APIs, API tokens are the most important things, that, or the prerequisite, or the very first thing which we require in order to configure an Okta API. So I'll just revoke my token. And then you have trusted origins also.
under trusted origins. Like if in case you are doing a JavaScript, you're building an application on JavaScript, in that scenario, and there is a request coming from same domain or some different domain, you want to add that origin of the domain over here, then you can just go ahead and add it. So you can select course or redirect if as per your requirement. This is altogether a different concept and advanced level concept, so I'm not discussing a lot in the fundamentals class. But like people who code on JavaScript, they'll understand that sometimes origins needs to be trusted. Then only they would be able to access Okta APIs through their JavaScript code, and in order to do that, they have to add origins over here in Okta, so that the request is being granted by Okta when it hits the when the JavaScript application hits the Okta environment. So that's pretty much it under what we have under security tab. So we have basically covered all of these topics today. We have covered general health insights authentication, MFA, IDP, delegated authentication, network, behavior detection, administrator, and finally the APIs of Okta. We have a lot of things to cover under APIs of Okta. We haven't seen what are the different types of APIs of Okta, how do we add users through APIs and all. But that and all is covered under advanced training. Under fundamental section, we have seen that what are the different types of stuff which we have in Okta, and we have kind of given an overview of how all of these things help and why do we have these tabs and and what purpose do they solve. So that's pretty much it from my end. So let's go ahead to the Okta tenant and see whatever we have under the admin console. So as far as what we have completed till now is that we have seen the directory tab. We have gone through all these directory tabs. Then we have also gone through all the security, whatever and headings we have under security tab. We have seen that. Under applications also, we have seen how do we integrate applications. We'll be creating this, in Okta integration network. That's altogether a different topic. So we'll cover that in our last video. And then, today we are going to see about these two tabs, that is dashboard and the customizations. Although these are not very, not something that should be covered under the fundamentals topic, but especially customizations, because this is the recent feature which has been introduced by Okta. So we'll just have a quick overview of what these are all about, and we'll see what are they, what actually do they contain. So I'll go to the dashboard tab first. That's the very first tab that we see on our Okta. And over here we'll see whatever we'll whatever the dashboard we have for the Okta. So over here, when I click on the dashboard, right, so as an Okta administrator, I can see the dashboard of my Okta application. I can see that how many users are there in last 7 days, how many groups we have created, how many applications are using single sign-on. Then I can see that what is the Okta service, are there any agents required or not, what is the status of those agents if I have any agent integrated on my Okta environment. Then under task, we have like what all things we need to do. If you guys remember, you would have, I have shown it to you that what exactly are the things to be which Okta recommends under Okta Threat Insights. So these are all the tasks which Okta accumulates and shows over here, which we need to complete as an Okta administrator. And then it helps us to provide some information about which application is able to do provisioning, which is not able to do provisioning, and stuff like that. Then there are some org changes which would have happened in last few days, so that's what it is showing to us. If I just view all of them, so I could see that it's showing me that who basically it has redirected me to the logs page now. But over here, if I need to see something, it just tells me like which policy was updated and by whom it was updated, on which date and timestamp and all. So and also we have the rate limit monitoring. So basically whenever we use APIs of Okta, so we have a rate limit monitoring for those APIs. So we can monitor it from the dashboard itself. And security monitoring is something which we have already seen under here under security and health insight. So over here, whatever task we have completed, if I go here, I have 78% tasks. So that is something I'll see some similar on my dashboard as well.
So that's pretty much it about our, Okta dashboard. So basically, a dashboard, as the name suggests, it basically helps you to provide all the information, whatever major changes that are happening on your organization or on your tenant, and, major things which you need to worry about or take care on, and, how are things going or how are things happening. We can, see all complete consolidated report or an overview of all those things on a single page. That is the dashboard of Okta. Now, if I, go ahead to the next thing, that is task, I see that, I have around 42 tasks to be completed. And they says that, application account needs deprovisioning. So basically, that's what my 42 tasks are, that in which, I have got total 3 applications, and under these applications, I've got 3 tasks for test report, 20 tasks for OpenID client, and 19 tasks for this test web app or Pranjal web app. So basically, I need to just go through and check what are all the tasks I have. So this particular user is auto deprovisioning is not available for this app, so we need to manually deprovision the user this account in the app. So basically, I can mark it as completed, and I can select what was the resolution I have done. Maybe I'll say that it's a personal account and it's not required. Same thing I'll do over here as well, because all of them requires deprovisioning. So I'll say that it's not required. And now you'll see that one by one, slowly all my tasks would be gone. So now it's happening, I guess. So I think I have some tasks which is not allowing me to do it directly. Maybe I'll try this over here as well once. So now I'm left with 99. So I think it's more of like that we need to do it manually one by one. But that's how you need to go ahead and take action on these particular tasks, and whatever are the tasks which we have pending under the task section of the dashboard column. Then if we go to the next heading, that is the notification. So whatever notifications you get on your screen, you could see it over here. Also, if you want to send a message to someone, or certain groups or users, you could just send it, and all those end users are going to receive a notification from the organization at the organization level. And this is the very first page which we see on every class, that is that's getting started with Okta. So basically, whatever our application can support and what are the functionalities of this application, we could view all of them under the getting started tab of dashboard. So that's pretty much it. It's very easy for us to understand the dashboard tab. And the next what we have on our plate is the customizations tab. This has been recently introduced by Okta. Now, a lot of times what happens is that, see, if I am using this is a trial version of my account, but it's using, it has given me a web address URL, which I don't like it, because, I don't want to use this thing, or I know that, no one would be able to remember this URL. So basically, I want to use a custom URL domain, for which I have already purchased the license for from, I've already purchased the domain, let's say. So I want to, replace this URL with that particular thing. So I have the option to, finally go ahead and replace my URL. And that can only be done if I have a domain being purchased. Right now, I don't have any domains being purchased, so we cannot have a practical shown for it. But that's what this, customization helps us to do, that, if you want to change the domain or the URL of your application of your tenant, you can go ahead and do it. Also, sometimes it requires that you want to do certain branding on your application, on your tenant, because you just want to show it, because right now I have a tenant which just shows the branding of Okta, But let's suppose if I have my own organization and I want to show the branding of my organization, then there is a way, we can all upload the themes and, decide on the colors and stuff like that. So that can be done under the customization tab. Then whatever you see on the sign in page, what that Okta page comes up, right? Like this. If I just have to show you maybe once. Okay, sorry, I'm already logged in, so it will not work over here, but let me show it on the incognito window. So over here, this particular screen that comes up, right? If you want to change the, the look and feel of this, or, if I want to change something, that can be done by editing the, this HTML code which has been written for this particular page. So that can be done as well. Then if in case, we want to change the error page, whatever errors are being, we want the errors to be displayed in some other manners, then again we have the code written for it. You can change the HTML content of that code and accordingly the error messages would pop up. Then if you want to customize the footer of your application, so that can be done by that can be done again. So basically, you can go ahead and either select it's powered by Okta or it's not powered by Okta. So for me, I'm fine having it powered by Okta because this is my personal account. Then what are all the emails being sent by Okta tenant at different levels? That can be seen from emails tab. If you, whenever a user is activated or an AD user is activated or LDAP user is activated, this is how emails are being triggered. So if if you're using a paid version, because as it says this is a paid feature, if you're using a paid version, you can go ahead and customize it. Since I am having a trial version, so it doesn't allow me to customize it. But whatever emails have been triggered from Okta, you can customize all of those emails from Okta itself. Then we have a SMS, whatever SMS are being sent from Okta to the phones. We can add a translation, or we can decide which language it will go. I can decide any language, and emails messages would be triggered in that language. So basically that can be done from here. And then finally you have the other customizations available, in which you can see the user account information or the display language. Currently it's English. If I change it to some other, it would change, and now everything would be changed. If I go in, maybe I think could be possible that it's not available in the free version, so that's fine. We'll go back and we'll change the language to English only. Otherwise we won't understand what we are trying to learn here. Okay. So then under sign in page, what are all the things we'll be able to see, and then what are the communication things. Then sometimes we use deprovisioning or just in time provisioning, so we can mark or edit these things from here. And that's it. Like we have some other configurations which we might be using, so we could just come in and make the changes here and the other customizations, and our tenant would accordingly work. So that's pretty much it for the dashboard and customizations. These are very basic tabs. You might not be using it for most of the times, but I just wanted to give you a quick overview of what they are and what they consist. So that's it from my end. We'll see in the next video with the workflows, reports and settings, which is an important part for Okta. So we have gone through the dashboard, directory, customizations, applications. Although we haven't seen these two, that is the Okta integration network or the self-service. And then after that we have completed the security tab. We have understood each and every subheadings which we have under security. And today we'll start off with the workflow. Now workflows aren't supposed to be covered under the fundamental training, so I would just be giving you some idea, some brief about what workflows we have in Okta, and how these workflows help us to ease our process in Okta. Also this is not available in the free trial version, so even if someone wants to go ahead and create certain automations in Okta, or write workflows in Okta, I mean, workflows are not free of cost. They are available in the paid version, and automations you can do, but there aren't any much automations which you can do from this particular page. So I think I have been logged out from my ID, so I'll just quickly log in.
Yeah. Okay, so if I was talking about workflows, so over here, if I go to the automations tabs of workflows, so I have, certain automations which I can create, but these doesn't allow me a large variety of, automations to be created here in Okta. It's basically based on the user's lifecycle management that I can go ahead and create an automation. But there is a workflow console. I cannot see it because I do not have that licensed version of workflow. But when you have the licensed version, in that you get an option of workflow over here, by which you can write proper workflows, which helps you to automate a lot of process in Okta. So we'll try to understand what are automations in Okta. So under automations and hooks, you can create workflows. So Okta provides features that enables you to automate and customize your Okta processes. With these automations, you can prepare for and response to situations that occur during the life cycles of the end user who are assigned to an Okta group. Event hooks enable you to trigger process flows within your own software systems. And with inline hooks, you can pause your workflows to make outbound calls to your own custom code. So basically, event hooks, it enables you to trigger your process within your own system, whereas inline hooks, they make outbound calls to your custom code what you have written. So automation, they respond to changes in your end user's lifecycle. Event hooks triggers process flows in your own software system, and inline hooks integrate your custom code to the outbound calls or the Okta workflows. So talking about automations, Okta automations enable you to quickly prepare and respond to situations that occur during the lifecycle of end users who are assigned to an Okta group. This helps improve efficiency and satisfaction amongst partners and contingent workforce. For example, an automation can help for inactivity loco employee suits. If a user has been inactive for a set of number of days and is on the verge of being logged out, you can use an automation to alert the inactive user in advance. So basically, whenever a logged out user is going to be inactive in Okta, or it's on almost on the verge of getting logged out, so it would automatically send an email alert to the end user saying that you need to log in, or you need to do certain action in order to remain your account active, keep your account active. So that's like an automation. Okta is doing it on its own. You don't have to worry, though. You don't have to manually inform the user that go ahead and change your password or do certain activity so that your account is not logged out. But it would be done automatically by Okta. So this is an efficient way of notifying the user so that the user can take the necessary steps before the locking out of his account. So you can set up an automation by defining the following items. It could be defined on based on conditions, the criteria that triggers Okta to perform actions upon a group of end users. For each automation, you can choose one condition to apply to one or more groups. Conditions can be scheduled to run once or to recur daily. The following conditions are available, which are user inactivity in Okta or the password expiration in Okta. These conditions are triggered according to a schedule and can be applied to one or more groups. Conditions are mandatory for automations on recurring schedules. So maybe this is kind of too much of theoretical, so I'll just go back to my Okta screen now, and I'll just walk you through to the automation tasks which we see here in Okta. Under workflow, you see automations, inline hooks, and event hooks. We have discussed all of them one by one. We are currently talking about automation. So I if I have to create a test automation, so maybe test automation MindMajix, I'll create one automation name. And now I've created an automation. It is asking me to add a condition, then only it will perform an action. Until unless it does not have a condition, it cannot perform an action. So I can go ahead and select a condition. Only it allows me two conditions to select. Either a user is going to be inactive in Okta or the password expiration. So I'm saying like whenever the user is getting inactive for maybe like 90 days, so user hasn't used Okta for 90 days, I would say that just change the user lifecycle state and make it suspended or deactivated maybe. And so any user who hasn't been able to log into Okta for next 90 days or hasn't done any activity in Okta for 90 days, they would be deactivated automatically. So we don't have to track every user. Okta would be doing it with the help of this automation. So that's how automation helps us to build effective manners, or build us effective way of help us to build it in an efficient manner, so that we don't have to worry about it for everything. Okay, so maybe we can save this, and it applies to everyone. And now yeah. now I can just activate it. So now going forward, any user who would be active in Okta for 90 days, that user would automatically be deactivated, and it will run every day at 9:58 a.m. IST. So every day at this point of time, it will run this automation. It will check if any user has been inactive for 90 days, it will just deactivate it. So that's how strong automations are. Next are inline hooks. So they are the outbound calls from Okta to your own custom code, which are triggered at specific point in Okta process flows. They allow you to integrate custom functionality into those flows. You can implement your own custom code as a web service with internet accessible endpoint. It's your responsibility to arrange the hosting of your code on a system external to Okta, and Okta defines the REST API contract for the request it sends to your custom code, as well as for the responses your custom code can send back. The outbound call from Okta is called a hook. So that call happening from Okta is called as a hook. Your code which receives the call is referred to as the external service. Inline hooks are synchronous calls, which means that Okta processes the triggered hook is paused until a response from a service is received. So synchronous and asynchronous means that whenever the request is gone, until it is paused unless the response is received back. Asynchronous calls are, it will keep on sending the request. It doesn't matter whether it's receiving back the response or not. So now talking about the event hooks, they are outbound calls from Okta that triggers process flows within your own software system. They are sent when specific events occur in your organization, and they deliver information about the event. Unlike inline hooks, event hooks are asynchronous. So last one we mentioned was synchronous, now they are asynchronous, and they do not offer a way to execute the Okta process flow. After sending the call, the Okta process continues without waiting for a response from the call service. So to set up an event hook, you need to implement a web service within an internet accessible endpoint, and it's your responsibility to arrange hosting of your code on a system external to Okta. Okta defines the REST API contract for the request, and it sends to your custom code, as well as for the responses your custom code can send back. So the main difference is, one is inline, so that is they are the calls from Okta to your own custom code, whereas our event hooks, they are outbound calls from Okta that triggers the process flows within your own system. So there are details to this which are being covered in the advanced training, but right now we can understand the basic difference between the inline hooks and the event hooks. So that's it with regards to the workflows tab which we have in Okta. Next we'll try to understand the reporting part which we have in Okta. This is again a very important part, being asked a lot in interviews, and why we need to understand this reporting stuff is because anything not working in Okta, anything where we require logs in Okta, everything would be under the report section of Okta. So if I directly go to the report section of Okta, it helps me to provide certain reports or certain things, certain detailed reports, I would say, which would help us to analyze our Okta organization. Analyze the organization in which Okta has been deployed or set up. So if I want to get the report of Okta password help, so it will send it to my email ID, and I can just download it from there. So maybe I'll just go back to my email ID, and I could see that there would be a report which would have been generated. So see, this is the latest email I got. So I can directly download the report from Okta. And once I've downloaded the report, so I have the CSV file with me, in which I can go ahead and check, okay, which user has logged in, what is the status, what is the deactivation. So password health and all could be managed from this particular report. We don't have to worry about how to generate it. We can directly request from Okta, and from there we can do it. Same happens for application reports, authentication, troubleshooting and all. So whatever reports as per your requirement you need, you can directly come to the report section here in Okta and directly download it. Then next most important things are your system logs. So you see, there are a lot of actors and events which have been there are total of 185 events which we can see on my screen, right? So basically there are a lot of events which are created, and all these events help us to understand with whom they have been occurred. So like this event has been occurred with Vibhor, that is the actor. Okay, so basically if I don't know how do I get the reports of a particular person, so maybe I just I just did something on maybe like application, maybe test application, and I don't know what to do about that. So maybe I can just
write that keyword over here in the search, and then actually search it. Just make sure that you have the date selected properly, because there could be a possibility that you haven't selected the right set of dates, and then you're trying to maybe find something. So maybe see, I have just increased the date and I have just written demo, so there has to be some demo, some targets, or somewhere the demo would be there as a keyword over here in one of the targets, actor or event, and that's why it shows me like all those logs which are there. Basically these logs are being generated based on the query. So I have just clicked on that, and you could see that there is a query being generated. But we as an Okta developer, there could be a possibility that we might not know what query to write. In those scenarios, as I mentioned before, we just need to write the keywords with which we want to search it, and with those keywords we'll be able to get all the logs associated with that, wherever Okta will find that keyword in that particular stipulated time frame. So next we have the import monitoring. This is basically for your Active Directory or the LDAP agents which are integrated with Okta. So any agent which is integrated with Okta and any set of users which are being imported in Okta, we can monitor from here. So that's what the import monitoring do. If in case there is something failing or something completed, we can track the progress from the import monitoring tab. And then there are certain API rate limits here in Okta, which helps us to understand what is the event that happened per hour, and how much what Okta APIs are we using, is it violating or not. So all of these things can be verified or viewed from here. Once if there is certain violation, we can check and accordingly take the action upon it. So that's pretty much it about the report section that we have. Next we have the settings. It's very basic thing to understand. Under settings we have accounts. So you have the organizational account. I can change the name of the company, or I can add certain information about my organization, who would be the billing person to this particular ID. Okta would be reaching out whenever the contract would get over, and all the end user support and admin email notifications. I mean some general third party configurations and all general settings of the application could be configured from this particular tab. Then we have features tab, in which Okta generally helps us to understand what are their upcoming features on what are they currently working on, and what are their preview features, and what all they have closed and stuff like that. So we can try, if someone is interested to know what are the recent activities or recent features being developed by Okta, they can come in here to the features and check what is that. And then finally you have download. So if in case you want to download certain things like the agents, or the IWA agents, or the Active Directory agents, or LDAP agents, Radius agents, you can directly go to the downloads tab of Okta, and from here you will get all of that in for free of cost. I mean, you don't have to manually kind of go to browser in order to search all of them. Whatever products Okta requires, all of them could be found over here in the downloads tab of Okta. So that's pretty much it with regards to the admin console. I'll just directly go to the Okta application, and I'll try to help you understand why do we require OIN, and what is the need of it. So we generally integrate different types of applications here in Okta. So one is your SAML, then you have OIDC, then you have secure web authentications. And basically you can do it two ways. Either you do a custom integration, which we have done this in our sessions before, or you go ahead and do an OIN integration, that is from Okta Integration Network. Now what is this OIN, right? So we need to understand what is this Okta Integration Network. So what Okta has done is that Okta has integrated themselves. Okta has created an integration template with around 7,373 application, which means that these are standard connectors in Okta. So whenever you want to integrate an application in Okta with these connectors, you can directly go ahead. If you want to integrate with Salesforce, you can directly go ahead and add this connector in your add this integration, and you would just add the details of your tenant, and that would be it. You don't have to do anything else apart from that. This would just directly add your integration or complete your integration very fast. Now the thing is, the same thing we could have done it from adding the application integration, like doing a custom integration instead of going to the app catalog. This app catalog is basically your Okta integration network. So why do we require, or why do we use Okta integration network? The most important reason why we do it is like Okta has already integrated or created all the APIs with this application, with all these applications. And so if we want to achieve single sign on, or if we want to achieve provisioning or any other request, right, so we don't have to do, or we don't have to make any kind of effort. It would be done directly from Okta. Whereas in if you are looking to do a provisioning in custom integration, it would take time for you to understand what is provisioning, and then you will have to integrate it. But with these set of standard applications, if Okta supports provisioning, you can directly go ahead and directly integrate them and directly provision it as well. So whenever you go ahead with any of the application, right, you can see that under the use cases, you see what all functionalities or what all features this particular or standard connector supports. So it supports single sign-on, and it supports lifecycle management of the user. And all the functionalities are that it is supported by the workflow connectors, templates. It can help you with SAML, SWA or skin provisioning. So basically all of these are the use cases and the functionalities being provided by this particular connector of Salesforce. And now if you want to achieve the same set of functionalities using custom integrations, you might have to write a custom code in order to do it. But over here, since it's part of OIN network, all of this work has been done by Okta, and we just have to leverage the services being provided by Okta. And that's why we have such a strong network of Okta. We have got around 7,000 applications on Okta, you could see, which are integrated by Okta. And all the standard applications which you could think of, all the business applications, I mean, mostly you'll see that all of those applications are integrated with Okta. So over here you can see that there are certain use cases which is like all integrations. Then you have automations, you have identity proofing, bot or fraud detection. So whatever different applications have been created for what all purposes, you could see that all those applications are being provided over here, and you can directly go ahead and make a connection in Okta. So basically that's it. Like if in case you want to go ahead and check what all OIDC application Okta supports, or what all SAML applications Okta supports, or wherein a Okta supports skin provisioning, we can directly come in and check it from here. So it's a very strong network. It actually helps to reduce the work of the Okta developers to a greater extent, because we don't have to go ahead and write custom codes in order to create connections with these apps. Instead, Okta has done all of that work. They have very strong APIs with these already being inbuilt APIs with these applications, which directly communicate and uh, which directly communicate and works with these applications. So any single sign-on or any provisioning or any skim request or any API request, if in case we don't have a standard standard connector available in the OIN network, then only we'll have to create an application custom integration. Otherwise we can directly use the OIN network application. So that's all we have for the Okta integration network. It's a small topic but an interesting one to understand, and I think with this we are able to complete our fundamental course. So thank you everyone, and have a good one. Take care.